Chapter 306. Thea thought for a while. She had never heard of this name before. It was most likely a mental patient, so she did not pay much attention to it. She nodded and told them to contact her whenever they had time. 3 nights later, Thea arrived at the meeting place on time. Laura Michaels was the one who greeted her. Thea thought that Amanda had gone to Hong Kong to train Olivier again. "I haven't thanked you for saving me last time." The mature girl, Laura, greeted her with a smile. The 2 agents who had entered the base with them in Seaside City had died on the spot. The only reason Laura was still alive was because Thea had helped her out for the sake of an acquaintance. Thea immediately said that it was not worth mentioning. After all, it was a piece of cake for her. If she was stronger, the other 2 agents would not have left her in the lurch. The 2 walked into the hospital that belonged to the Heaven's Eye Society. Patients of all shapes and sizes walked past them from time to time. Some thought that they could fly, some thought that they were rocks and wanted to bang their heads against the wall. It was as if they had returned to Arkham. After passing through a few checkpoints and entering the underground facility, Thea saw the patient who needed her treatment. You think this person is mentally ill?" The woman in front of her was petite. Her skin was pale, and her blood was bluish-purple. The woman was tied to the bed with a rope. Her body was twisted from time to time. Her eyes were rolled back and white foam was coming out of her mouth. She looked like she was mentally ill. However, looking at her pale face and the sharp nails on her hands, she seemed to be cursed. "Sister Laura, why does this patient have such long nails? Don't you cut them for her?" Thea asked as she pointed at the woman's fingers that looked like chicken feet. Laura had been running around the world. It was her first time seeing this patient. She felt embarrassed and immediately asked the person in charge. The Heaven's Eye Society paid them so much, but this patient's nails were almost longer than her fingers. Was this how they lived? "I'm innocent. Miss Laura, we hold her down and cut her nails every day, but she grows really fast. We can't do anything about it. If you don't believe us, we have video evidence." The person in charge was a fat woman who weighed more than 100 pounds. When she heard Lara's question, she kept saying that she was innocent. She swore to the heavens that she did not do anything wrong. It was the patient who grew fast. "How can it grow so long if you cut it every day?" Thea didn't say anything. Lara stared at the fat woman with an unfriendly expression. This woman seemed to have eaten a lot, and her face was oily. Where did the money come from? It must have been secretly embezzled. The fat woman's expression was very vivid, as if she had been greatly wronged. She patted her chest loudly and insisted that she had been cutting it every day recently. Lara laughed coldly. "You've been cutting it every day recently because we gave you 3 days' notice." In order not to make a fool of herself in front of Thea, an outsider, Lila suppressed the anger in her heart and prepared to teach her a lesson later. Thea didn't care how much money they were greedy for. She just wanted to finish the mission as soon as possible. "Do you have the patient's brain scan report?" The fat woman stammered and couldn't say anything. Lila was completely furious. "Are you kidding me? It's such a reasonable request, and you can't even afford to take a look at the film? Did you not take a picture at all? You reported that this woman was crazy, but you didn't treat her at all." "Let me explain." The fat woman saw that Lila was about to explode. She immediately took out a stack of films from another drawer with a movement that didn't match her body shape. "There seems to be a shadow in this patient's brain. Our detection equipment can't distinguish it at all." Lila pulled it over and took a closer look. The fat woman wasn't lying. Whether it was the angiogram or the CT scan of the head, they all showed an ink-like black shadow. "Thea, take a look." Lila flipped through the films and handed them to Thea. Thea flipped through them and thought to herself, if the fat woman didn't sell the new equipment and bought an old one from an Indian hospital to make up the numbers, these images showed that there was something wrong with this woman. Even if the clown woman was crazy, she could still scan the brain's brain. This black shadow, was she still human? Since science couldn't be relied on, magic could only solve the problem. Although Thea consciously avoided using magic in her daily life, she still had to use it when necessary. She opened the eye of Horus and scanned the patient's brain. The moment her eyes made contact with the black shadow, A large number of scattered memories followed her line of sight and entered Thea's mind. Sacrifices, blood, a large number of villagers who died of illness, mountains in the distance, and chaotic fragments of memory attacked Thea and made her take a step back. What is this? As if some kind of signal had been activated, Thea's spying ability of the Eye of Horus triggered the dissatisfaction of the monster in the woman's body. A mist of magic quickly spread around. Lila, who was still alert, immediately took out her pistol and asked in a stern voice. The fat woman was a little slower than her. Ghost. The fat woman screamed and hid under the bed in fear. Unfortunately, she usually ate too well, so her whole body was short and round. Her head and upper body could barely fit in, but her huge butt was still exposed, making people have the urge to kick it. As the monster's magic spread, the lights in the entire underground area went out. Several armed guards outside the door quickly rushed in. As for whether they were here to protect Lila or the fat woman, no one knew. Charming witch? What kind of name is this? It took Thea some time to process these memories. She was very experienced in brainwashing people. She discarded the meaningless trifles and tried to find the memories of the time, places, and people. After that, she sorted out the whole life track of the victim. The result made her speechless. This woman turned out to be a pure magic user. And if she remembered correctly, this woman was the boss of the movie Suicide Squad. This woman was the only magic user that Thea had dealt with in a long time. Thea did not dare to act rashly. From the memory, she judged that the woman had lived for hundreds of years. In theory, she had a lot more magic power than herself, but she did not seem to be very good at it. At this time, the charming witch was wearing a crescent moon headdress. Her whole body was as black as ink, and her messy hair was scattered over her shoulders. She curled up in the corner of the room and looked at Thea with dull eyes. She knew that she had suffered. Joan Munn had interrupted her sleep. Joan Munn was just an ordinary person, and she did not have any magic power at all. Both of them were in pain when she possessed her. Now that she was stimulated by Thea's Eye of Horus, she was not prepared at all and appeared in front of others. The plan had not yet begun, but it seemed that there was a possibility that it would go wrong. Thea was afraid of her strong magic power, and the charming witch's body was stiff, so her magic power was not working well. The two of them were in a stalemate, and neither of them dared to make the first move. Chapter 307. What is this? Lara's hands trembled uncontrollably as she held the gun. Although the room was dimly lit, she could still see the charm witch's green eyes. This is the monster that possessed your female doctor. Perhaps she was once a human. If I'm not mistaken, she should have used West African voodoo techniques to make herself neither human nor ghost. For centuries, she has been calling herself the Enchanted Witch. There were too many people in the room, so it was not convenient for Thea to transform her light ring. She took out her divine longbow and knocked a lightning arrow to guard against any possible attacks. Lara gestured to the few guards behind her, asking them to leave first. The house was too small, and the group of people who rushed in seemed to be very loyal, but they were all fat and strong, blocking the door tightly. Lara did not need their loyalty now, she just wanted to get out quickly. She whispered to Thea, "Can you deal with this black thing? More or less? You should leave first." Thea observed for a while and found the problem with Lara's body. She was definitely stronger than Thea in terms of magic power, but her body was stiff, and she did not know how much power she could use. If Lara was invincible, why would she be so cautious in the corner? Lara did not need her to tell her. She wanted to go out long ago. However, she could not go out with a few idiots blocking the door. She gestured for a long time before she remembered that it was pitch black, and these people could not see at all. She was also afraid that she would expose her position and attract the attention of the thing. She was very annoyed. Lara did not go out, but raised her gun to guard. Thea was fully focused on the charm witch and did not know the truth behind it. She was quite touched. This big sister looked cold, but she was actually very warm inside. "Can you understand me?" Thea could not stay in this stalemate, so she had to break the silence. Unfortunately, she tried several languages, but the other party was indifferent. She just curled up in the corner and looked at them silently. You don't have a vocal organ? You still don't understand? Can you go back to that body and communicate with us? Thea suggested as she pointed at Jean Mun, who was no longer struggling on the bed. However, the man continued to ignore her. As Thea spoke more and more, the man glared at Thea fiercely like a wolf. They were both magic users, so it wasn't hard to guess what the other party was thinking. What? You've taken a fancy to my body. You want to absorb my magic to rejuvenate yourself, don't you? Stupid. Thea had already killed 1.5 gods. Why would she be afraid of a witch whose body was already half frozen? Sensing that the other party's malice was becoming more and more obvious, Thea knew that the negotiation had failed. She raised her bow and shot out a lightning arrow. Originally, a female revenge arrow was the best choice to deal with her, but he didn't know if this girl had never done anything bad or never had a boyfriend. The vengeance arrow had no effect on her, so Thea could only switch to the lightning arrow as the first attack. The regular lightning arrow didn't have the ability to travel through time and space, but as a divine arrow personally made by Zeus for Thea, its power was far beyond ordinary magic. It was currently Thea's strongest single-target attack. The arrow seemed slow, but it was actually very fast. A large number of electric arcs were constantly generated along the arrow's path. When it hit the charm witch, it even hit a huge ball of lightning. The light of the lightning temporarily dispelled the dark magic in the room. They squinted their eyes and finally saw the face of the witch. Hiss! The sound of people sucking in cold air echoed in the room. The fat woman magically hid in a group of guards and looked at the witch's dead eyes. Her heart trembled. This is a monster. I won't work in this hospital anymore. Thea didn't have time to pay attention to their thoughts. She only knew that her arrow couldn't kill the witch. Instead, the witch's zombie body resisted most of the damage. She didn't stop. She continued to draw her bow and arrows. Fire arrows rained down on the witch's head. Depressing. Thea was a little unhappy. She was also good at dark magic and mind control magic. Their skills even overlapped to some extent. If there were no outsiders, it wouldn't matter. However, there were a lot of onlookers. If she fought with the witch head-on, her heroic image would be damaged. The only thing she could do now was to rely on the magic arrows of the divine longbow to quickly deplete the witch's magic power. Under Sia's torrential rain of bullets, the few ordinary people in the room regained some of their vision. What else could they say? They ran for their lives. Some of the mentally weaker ones threw away their guns and ran while shouting, "There's a monster, run." The whole underground facility was in chaos. The panic quickly spread to the buildings above. I'll go up and stabilize the situation. Reinforcements will be here soon. Layla finally found a good excuse and ran out after telling Thea. Thea nodded. She didn't expect her small pistol to do much damage anyway. Without her, it was more convenient for her to use her skills. Seeing Layla disappear into the elevator, Thea finally played her trump card. Clone. Her clone was telepathically connected with her and began to cast spells with her. All kinds of debuffs were applied to the witch and buffs were applied to Thea. After putting on the yellow light ring and conjuring chains to bind the charming witch, Thea didn't stop shooting arrows at all, one after another. By the time she shot her 11th arrow, the enchanted witch's body began to expand rapidly. She summoned a large amount of magic power and broke free from the chains. She had no choice but to resist. Although she had a strong body and 100 points of fire damage could only deal 30 points of damage to her, there were too many of them. Especially when Thea's clone was so agile. It was 2 against 1. You're too shameless. She suppressed the greed in her heart and began to fight back. The witch had an extremely rare teleportation ability. She instantly appeared behind Thea and clawed at her heart. That's all you got. Thea's fighting ability was one of the best in the world, and she had been guarding against the witch's attacks. Facing the witch's black claws, she pulled out the Godslayer and infused it with fire magic to block the claws. She then turned around and slashed at the witch's neck. Whoosh! The sword missed and there was a violent vibration in the air. The witch appeared on the other side of Thea and clawed at her face. Thea could only take 2 steps back to increase the distance between them. What a strange ability! The witch's fighting ability was not worth mentioning, But this teleportation ability made Thea suffer. She constantly used her agility to dodge, and it was inevitable that she would be careless after a long time. When the witch teleported for the 4th time, Thea finally discovered the principle of this ability. She could appear in any corner where her magic was. In other words, as long as the magic in the air was dispelled, her teleportation ability would naturally be broken. Chapter 308. The traditional way was to use a large amount of light magic to neutralize it, or use fire magic to burn it. Of course, it was also possible to change the battlefield and fight somewhere else. Thea could do all these methods, but she was purely helping out today. There were still a lot of things to deal with in the group, and she really did not want to waste time fighting a war of attrition. The doppelganger waved her hand and forced the charm witch to retreat with 3 light beams. She took out a dark, sci-fi weapon from the space ring. This was a combination of the technology of Captain Frigid and Mr. Freeze. It was the latest development of the Freeze gun. If Cisco Ramon's design 3 years later was 1.0 and Captain Frigid's modification was 2.0, then the gun in Thea's hand was 3.0. Cisco Ramon had made a great contribution to the design of this gun. Conservatively speaking, this gun was at least 30 years ahead of its time. Bang! Bang! Under the confused gaze of the charming witch, Sia kept pulling the trigger. The cold air that was close to absolute zero froze everything, regardless of whether it was mana or zombies. The charm witch tried to break free from the ice several times, but unfortunately, her body didn't have that much strength. Her magic power also leaned towards the dark attribute and was more proficient in corrosion and infiltration. Thawing out of this big ice block was really not an option. In addition, her mind was a little slow, so Thea did not want to talk nonsense with her. She sprayed 3 layers of ice on the inside and the outside. She put away the doppelganger and the light ring and observed the results of her battle. The effect was really good. This was the power of a technological weapon. Captain Frigid, an ordinary person, had repeatedly tricked the Flash. Although his high IQ was inseparable, this gun also played a part. Phew! Sia exhaled a breath of cold air. This room was almost freezing her, making her feel very uncomfortable. She ran out of the room in a few steps and bumped into Lila, who was about to help her. "Where's the enemy?" Lila stretched her neck and looked behind her. Her first thought was that Thea was defeated and was running away. Should he run with her, or should he run separately? She did not feel cold during the battle, but after the battle, it was really cold. It was reasonable that Captain Frigid wore a down jacket all year round. Thea was only wearing a short-sleeved shirt. In such a cold basement, she felt uncomfortable all over. "Do you still remember Killer Crocodile from that day? It's similar to that one. I've frozen it." At this time, Lara also felt a bone-piercing chill. Thinking back to the time when they first met, she nodded as if she understood. She was no longer the person who took the lead. She waved her hand and gestured to the people behind her, "You guys go and take a look. The temperature inside is very low. Don't touch it with your skin." Thea felt extremely cold in such a short time. She told Gu Yen to stay away from her and ran to the elevator alone. Halfway through the run, Thea suddenly realized something. Where was the female doctor who was thought to be mentally ill? He seemed to still be tied to the hospital bed. Did he catch a cold too? They didn't know each other, so she could only blame herself for being unlucky. Hopefully, the heavens would help her. After drinking 2 cups of hot coffee in the facility on the ground, she finally felt less cold. The design of Cisco Ramon's gun was very good, but it had high requirements for the user. Thea shivered even with her strong physique. It was hard to imagine how much pain Captain Frigid, an ordinary person, had to endure. This person's original intention was to toy with the Flash. After enduring so much, his genetic chain was damaged. She had to admit that he was a strong person. Just as she was wondering whether she should fly back or let them send her back, Lara, who was out of breath from running, pulled her back. "What's that thing you've frozen? Help me explain it in detail. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain it to Amanda." But I saw a part of that person's memory. She was born in a small village in West Africa about 600 years ago. She received the secret inheritance of voodoo, which was very popular at that time. The locals called her the Enchanted Witch. After that, there was a large gap in her memory. When she regained consciousness, she was already on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Peru. It's unknown if the early colonists transported her. The last memory she had was that careless doctor of yours who destroyed her place of hibernation. That's about the situation. Thea looked at Lara's dizzy eyes. She was also quite depressed. She thought that it was just a small favor, but who knew that it would cause so much trouble? In the original plot, Amanda could think of using the heart to control the Enchanted Witch, but now, the female doctor's host had frozen to death. Thea was afraid of trouble, so she didn't ask. She didn't know and didn't care whether the plot would follow the same direction as the plot. She reached out to greet Lara, leaving her to ponder on how to write the report. Thea didn't wait for them to pick her up and directly flew back to Star City. She thought that Amanda would come the next day, but the dark-skinned woman didn't come. Instead, a little kid came. Damian Wayne, who looked childish but had a serious expression, handed Thea a long bag. "The sword you wanted." Thea opened the bag. The hilt and scabbard were 1.5 meters long and 25 centimeters wide. The whole thing was very heavy. The scabbard was engraved with magic patterns, which was a language that Thea couldn't understand. Thea didn't reach out to touch the hilt. She needed to observe it carefully. The hilt was golden, and the head of the sword was a ferocious demon's head. The arms of the demon formed the crisscrossing patterns on the hilt, and then the demon's hands interlocked to form the handguard. Thea used several methods to detect the sword, but she didn't find any traps on the sword. Then, she summoned a light ball and circled around the sword a few times, but she didn't find any abnormalities. "You're too careful." Damian Wayne couldn't help but mock her. He knew what she was doing, no matter how stupid he was. Thea didn't want to talk nonsense with the little kid. Under his horrified gaze, she created a clone and instructed her to get the sword. Clang! With a crisp sound, the whole sword was pulled out. The clone and the real body exchanged information. After confirming that it was safe, Thea took the sword and looked at it carefully. What a good sword! After removing the hilt, the blade was more than 1 meter long and 12 centimeters wide. It was unknown what material it was made of, but the blade was pale white. Anyone with a normal mind would associate it with the color of bones at first glance. They could vaguely hear the wails of the dead on the sword. In the middle of the blade, there was a dark red blood groove that couldn't be seen by ordinary people, but Thea could see it with the eye of Horus. But before she could take a closer look, she felt a mysterious suction force in the blood groove, and a small part of her gaze was sucked in. Thea quickly turned her head. She waved it a few times. "It seems a little light?" As soon as Thea had a similar feeling, she saw that the sword seemed to sense her strength and gradually increased its weight until it matched her strength. There was no doubt that this was a divine artifact or a demonic artifact. Thea's own Godslayer and Diana's Vulcan sword were both divine artifacts. The three swords were similar in nature, but their auras were completely different. Chapter 309. Not to mention its ability to absorb energy, the sword itself contained a huge amount of power. As a magic weapon, its attributes were very good. Thea tried to infuse dark magic into the sword, and found that the emotions transmitted from the hilt were desire, greed, and more importantly, excitement. That's right, the sword was transmitting a signal of excitement to Thea. God knew how many years it had waited, and finally, it was nourished by magic again. The blade was faintly vibrating. Thea swung the sword and withdrew the magic, and directly sheathed the sword. The sword was a little too pleased with itself. It had actually tempted Thea to go on a so-called killing spree. It would be a joke if Thea, who brainwashed others every day, was brainwashed and controlled by a sword. Thea did not directly put the sword into the ring. Instead, she looked at Damien and said, "I'm very satisfied. You can learn magic from me." Damien's little face was tense, and he was obviously relieved. As for the time and place, it was the small forest where Malcolm taught Thea. It was quiet and remote, and no one would disturb them. The original owner of the land was Old Ma, and now it was under Tommy's name. Anyway, he was still in Gotham with Laurel, so there was usually no one there. She told Damien to find a place to rest and wait for her in the forest at night. Thea continued to busy herself with the various matters of the company. It was not until sunset that she slowly walked towards the forest that had given her hope. It was the cycle of nature, and now it was her turn to give others hope. Thea recalled as she walked, but suddenly she stopped and looked not far behind her. An extremely tall and thin old man walked out from the shadows and was looking at her not far away. He was wearing a black robe with a high collar. His face was cold, and his eyes were filled with wisdom and vicissitudes. Ninja Master? Thea was a little surprised. This old man actually came out on his own. Needless to say, he must have followed Damien all the way here. Thea did not know if Damien had been honest with him, or if there was something else going on. You know me? Child, can you really teach Damien those mystical knowledge? Ninja Master stared at Thea with his hands behind his back. I'm a man of my word, but his completion of the mission seems to be a little different from what I expected. Thea could tolerate failure, but she did not like betrayal. Failure was a matter of ability, while betrayal was a matter of morality. Ninja Master didn't answer her question directly. He lowered his head and organized his words. Without my acquiescence, it's impossible for him and Talia to get the magic sword from me. Thea was dubious about this. Since it had already happened, she could say whatever he wanted. Are you going to take back your sword? This time, Ninja Master answered without hesitation, I want to see if you are qualified to hold that sword. Thea smiled. If it was 3 years ago, a Ninja Master would be the highest peak she could see. But now, he was just an old man with great martial arts skills. How do you want to see it? I want to experience your magic through martial arts. Ninja Master said as he pulled out a sword from his waist. Thea glanced at it and saw that it was just an ordinary steel sword. As you wish. Thea could feel that Ninja Master didn't have any intention to kill her. This old man was very open, or rather, he didn't need to hide his actions with lies anymore. Thea didn't use the ring of light or the divine bow. She raised her hand and threw an oil spell at his feet. Ninja Master's expression was calm. A sleeve arrow with an iron chain popped out from his left wrist and stuck on a tree trunk by the roadside. Ninja Master jumped up, stomped on the tree trunk with his feet, and took a small turn to attack Thea. Tiske, Batman was indeed from the same lineage as him. Thea's hands drew a beautiful curve, drawing 2 inscriptions in the air. She opened her 5 fingers, and a small ball of white material flew out and expanded with the wind. By the time the white material reached Ninja Master, it had already turned into a large net, covering the sky and the earth. Amazing! Ninja Master could only use the same trick again. He dodged the net again and threw a dart in the air. Thea didn't move. She pointed at the center of the dart with her left hand and changed the direction of the dart with her finger. She picked up the dart with her right hand, infused it with her fire magic, and threw it in the opposite direction. Here you go. The Alliance's hidden weapon technique. Ninja Master looked at the red ball and didn't dare to take it directly. He quickly ran to the side and dodged. Boom! The fire magic made close contact with the tree and caused an explosion on the spot like a grenade. Ninja Master saw that Thea didn't move at all and was casting spells with all her strength. He knew that he underestimated this woman. He took out something from the cloth bag at his waist and threw it to the ground. Thea looked at him surrounded by smoke and was a little speechless. This old man was an enhanced version of Batman without high-tech weapons. Originally, he could only slightly change the magic circuit of a half-cast spell and turn it into another spell. Old man, you have to be careful. Watch out for my shadow leopard. She summoned a creature from the shadow realm. The leopard's green eyes looked back and forth in the smoke. Soon, it turned into a gust of wind and silently ran into the smoke. But in less than 10 seconds, the shadow leopard was directly hit. Although its body was light in the air, the fierce light in its eyes dissipated a lot. Young woman, you underestimated me. Just as Thea was thinking about what spell to use, Ninja Master came out from behind her diagonally. The two were less than 5 meters apart. Thea drew the Godslayer and blocked the opponent's slash. At the same time, she threw a punch. You underestimated me too. Ninja Master finally found this golden opportunity. How could he be willing to open up the distance between them again? The blade changed from a vertical slash to a horizontal one. At the same time, his left hand and Thea's fist collided. With a muffled bang, the two of them took half a step back at the same time. They were a little surprised. Although Thea was far inferior to Diana, the transformation of the divine power was all around. She used almost 70% of her strength in this punch, but she did not expect that the opponent's physical fitness was not bad. The punch was actually a draw. Demonized body? The only thing comparable to the transformation of the divine power was to demonize oneself. Considering Ninja Master's life experience, this was the most reasonable explanation. Thea did not use her full strength. In fact, Ninja Master was cautious all year round and also did not use his full strength. Seeing that his punch, which was far superior to ordinary people, did not take Thea down, his attitude became more serious. At this time, the Shadow Leopard rejoined the battle, 2 against 1 with Thea to deal with Ninja Master. Rope technique. Thea waved her sword in her right hand to resist the opponent's attacks. Her left hand completed a spell. As if it had a life of its own, the magic rope wrapped around Ninja Master's feet. At the same time, the Shadow Leopard attacked the middle. Thea's long sword swept towards his head. The Ninja Master's martial arts skills were really impressive. He flicked the magic rope with his sword, jumped up with his legs, and kicked the Shadow Leopard away. He didn't care about closing the distance anymore. He grabbed Sia's wrist that was holding the sword and threw her out. Chapter 310. However, what made the Ninja Master speechless was that although Thea was thrown out by him, she could still fly without the help of the light ring. Thea made a 360-degree turn in the air, and the long sword in her hand slashed diagonally at his wrist. Clang! The Ninja Master blocked the sword with a steel wrist guard, and at the same time, the mechanism on the wrist guard was activated. His 2 fine teeth bit the edge of the sword, and his right hand clenched into a fist and punched Thea's face. Thea suddenly turned in the air again, and her left foot met the Ninja Master's fist. With the force of this blow, she pulled the long sword out of the mechanism, and her body was suspended in the air. The Ninja Master made a sound similar to a humph from his nose. His opponent's actions did not conform to the rules of physics, which made him unable to use many of his exquisite moves. Especially when he was in the air, how could he fight? But he had nothing to complain about. Before, he had vowed that he would use martial arts to learn magic. Now he had seen magic, but the process was a bit sullen. Thea paused for a few seconds in the air, and found that the Ninja Master did not make any further moves. The Ninja Master was almost half demonized, but he did not seem to be able to fly. Was he hiding his strength, or did the demon only strengthen his body and did not give him any strength at all? If there was no accident, it should be the latter. If he dared to make a deal with the demon, he should have the awareness now. Thea respected him, but she did not sympathize with him. In the past 800 years, many families had been destroyed because of his existence. His soul was more or less contaminated with the demon's nature. Thea just wanted to use this old man to test her new move. With a smile on her face, she raised her hand and cast the dark magic she was most familiar with. A large cloud of black fog covered an area of 100 meters. Want to sneak attack? I have trained thousands of assassins. Young man, you are using the wrong method. The Ninja Master did not panic. He was not boasting. He must have figured out how to sneak attack and how to prevent sneak attack. Of course, Thea would not be so naive as to think that the enemy would be caught off guard. She had been referring to the Charm Witch's teleportation over the past few days, and combined it with her own magical theories. She had come up with a new trick. In this black fog, Thea could teleport herself to any place with magic at any time, using magic to teleport and martial arts to attack the enemy. This was also the first time she tried to combine martial arts and magic. The Charming Witch herself had no fighting experience. She only knew how to grab, knock, and scratch. Thea's level of martial arts and her vision for finding the enemy's flaws were much higher than hers. With the combination of the two, the Ninja Master, who was skilled in martial arts, was quickly beaten to a pulp. Is this also magic? Amazing! The ninja master was a little flustered at first, but he soon calmed down and methodically dealt with Thea's attack. His reaction was extremely fast. Thea continuously changed her position, alternating between real and fake movements, but she didn't cause any damage to him. But the ninja master's experience was really rich, and he quickly found a way to break the situation. The old man was born with amazing intuition, and he was familiar with the flaws of his own moves. He repeatedly guessed the position where Thea would appear. As soon as Thea teleported, she would meet his long sword. After a few rounds, she could only continue to teleport. It's amazing that a pure martial artist can practice to this extent. Thea had teleported more than 10 times, but she still couldn't defeat the ninja master. She had to say that she was impressed. Your martial arts are also good, but you practice the martial arts of the Assassin League, right? The ninja master just casually asked. He had taught too many disciples, and after 800 years, who knew how many there were? So he just said it and didn't expect to get a formal answer. Of course, Thea wouldn't be so honest about the origin of her martial arts. The two sides exchanged a few more moves. Thea felt that her moves still needed to be improved. In theory, there was no big problem, but in practice, there were still some areas that were not easy to use. She didn't know if that guy had thawed. Next time, she should see if the charm witches had any tricks when teleporting. Withdrawing the black fog, the surroundings were lit up by the moonlight again. I want to see your martial arts. Thea landed on the ground, holding the sword with both hands. Although she felt that there was a gap between her and the ninja master, she still wanted to see how big the gap was. The ninja master was a little surprised. Give up your magic and compete with me in martial arts? You have courage. Except for Bruce, you are the best young person I have seen in the past 100 years. I accept your challenge. The ninja master held the sword in his right hand, pointing the tip to the ground, waiting for Thea to make the first move. He was very confident in his martial arts. After 800 years of hard practice, he had practiced all kinds of skills in the world to the peak. As long as he didn't use those mysterious means, he was not afraid of anyone. Thea's martial arts must be outstanding in the eyes of ordinary people, but in his eyes, it was just not bad. Thea suppressed the excitement in her heart. It was a rare opportunity to compare notes with a martial arts master. She was eager to know the level of her martial arts that she had practiced for several years. She didn't want to win. After all, she had only practiced for a few years. She just wanted to know her shortcomings. Do you mind if I use a bow? Thea put away the Godslayer and took out the divine longbow. She felt that it was unfair to win, so she changed to a normal bow and prepared to use her archery skills. Sure. Ninja Master didn't see where she got the weapon from, but he was still very calm. Although he didn't use a bow now, all the people who had been trained by him, without exception, had powerful archery skills. It wasn't strange that Sia knew how to shoot an arrow. It was normal. The divine power of the goddess of the hunt had greatly enhanced her archery skills. Now, even if she didn't use a divine longbow, her normal arrows could still cause great damage. Bang bang bang. 3 arrows were shot in an instant, and the 3 arrows almost locked the ninja master in any way. Since the ninja master could predict where she would teleport, Thea could also predict where he would most likely dodge. In a battle, it was not only a competition of experience, but also a competition of wits. Good. The ninja master only had time to shout, and the 3 arrows were already in front of him. He didn't panic, and he used the sword in his right hand to cut off one of the arrows. At the same time, he used his wrist guard to block another arrow. The last arrow was firmly caught by his left hand. He threw away the arrow and took out 2 throwing knives from his bag. One was fast and the other was slow. However, the ninja master made his first mistake since the start of the battle. He misjudged Thea's agility. Even without the help of magic, Thea's agility was far beyond the limits of an ordinary person. She reacted quickly, exerting force on her legs and leaping. In between the 3 actions of leaping, reaching a high point, and landing on the ground, she shot 5 arrows in one breath. Each arrow was faster than the last. The ninja master could only deal with it and didn't have time to retaliate. Thea's attack didn't stop at all. She moved quickly through the forest, and from time to time, A large number of arrows would be shot from the gaps between the trees. Chapter 3:11. If the ninja master did not want to take the arrows head-on, he could only continue to retreat, and the distance between the two would only increase. Many years ago, Thea used the same tactic to deal with Malcolm as she did today. However, the ninja master was not Malcolm. He chose to go against the flow. His tall and thin figure weaved through the rain of arrows. Using his superb eyesight and skillful footwork, he dodged every arrow by a hair's breadth. If he could not dodge the arrows, he would hit them with his long sword. The distance between the two was visibly closing. Amazing! Thea felt that her archery skills had exceeded her usual level. Even Green Arrow might not be able to reach this level in the future. She focused her mind, and her eyes wandered back and forth between the ninja master's steps. Her brain was rapidly calculating where the ninja master's next step would land. She pulled the bowstring and shot the arrow without aiming. The arrow seemed to have hit the air, but the ninja master felt very uncomfortable. His forward movement was interrupted, and if he took another step forward, he would be hit by the arrow. He hurriedly withdrew his foot halfway. Although it didn't cause any damage, his tiger-like momentum was directly cut in half. Momentum was something that could not be seen or touched, but it could not be ignored, unless the gap between the two was very large. There was definitely a gap between Thea and the ninja master, but it was far from the point where he could ignore her. Limited by the nature of the world, the ninja master had spent hundreds of years honing his skills, making his martial arts more skillful and natural. It was impossible to rely on the accumulation of time to practice any amazing martial arts. Thea took advantage of this and constantly looked for the ninja master's footsteps. After 3 arrows, the ninja master's momentum was completely gone. However, this person was really good. He changed his thunderous attack into the pressure of Mount Tai, slowed down his footsteps, and tried to build a new momentum, steadily pushing towards Thea. This old man had a perfect grasp of momentum. He had combined psychology and martial arts very well. Coupled with his confidence that had been cultivated for hundreds of years, anyone who faced his first attack would be scared before the fight even started. Thea knew that she couldn't let him continue to build up momentum. Otherwise, she might not be able to withstand the opponent's full-force attack with her martial arts. Thea threw away the bow and took out an ordinary steel longsword. She automatically ignored everything around her. There was only this tall and thin old man in front of her. Thea quickly rushed towards him. After closing the distance, Thea did not hesitate at all and directly slashed down with her sword. The ninja master had no choice but to stop his charge and use his long sword to block the attack. He had never been afraid of close combat. He turned his sword in a half circle and changed from a block to a stab, aiming directly at Thea's face. Thea could naturally predict his change of moves. She somersaulted in the air, kicked his wrist away, and stabbed the sword in her hand towards his lower abdomen. This time, it was different from Thea's previous sneak attack. The two of them were fighting with real martial arts, and their moves were very fast. Thea consecutively switched between 3 different sword styles, while Ninja Master's sword style was probably self-created. It was heavy, steady, and had a taste of the battlefield. "Young man, your swordsmanship is not bad, but it still can't compare to mine." The Ninja Master's right hand made a feint, and suddenly the sword moved to his left hand. Thea was caught off guard, and the long sword cut a hole in her clothes on the shoulder. Although the two of them did not mention the fight, they both knew that it was more of an exchange of pointers. It was impossible for this kind of ordinary steel sword to hurt Thea, but the fact that her clothes were cut still indicated a lot of things. If it was not for the transformation of divine power, she would have been injured by this sword. Left-handed sword? Thea was a little surprised when she saw it, but that was all. Modern society was not like ancient times where warriors fought every day. There were too many ways to attack. Would it be okay to hold a pistol in the left hand? For Thea herself, casting spells with her left hand was more important. She had never practiced using a sword with her left hand, so it was not very useful. But in order to continue the exchange of pointers with this old man, Thea had to be careful of his unpredictable swordsmanship. If she was hit 17 or 18 times, she would not be injured, but it would be embarrassing. She took out a small round shield from the space ring and held it in her left hand. That's right. This was a 100% modern replica of Diana's shield. When the two of them were together, they didn't do it every day. Occasionally, they would exchange martial arts skills. This sword and shield combination was Diana's best martial arts skill. A shield? The ninja master's eyes lit up instantly. He was active in the late period of cold weapons and in the early period of matchlock guns. Antiques like shields had long been retired from the list of weapons. Now that he saw Thea take out such a simple round shield, his curiosity instantly emerged. He calmly slowed down his attack, wanting to see what was so ingenious about her combination of sword and shield. Thea was influenced by Diana. At first, she just casually learned a few moves for fun, but her fighting skills were there for all to see. In addition, when the ninja master deliberately stepped back, she still danced vigorously. At first, the ninja master thought that Thea was only using it to defend against his left hand, but he soon realized that her sword and shield were very well coordinated. There was a classical beauty in the way she attacked and defended. This was definitely not a move that she came up with on a whim. This woman had a very strong foundation. Not bad. In all my years, I have never seen anyone who uses a shield so well. The ninja master only defended and did not attack in order to see all of her moves. He was at a disadvantage. When Thea showed him all of her moves, he still had a lingering aftertaste. But as he began to exert his strength, the battle between the two was about to be evened out. Thea struggled to hold on. To be honest, Diana's martial arts were not much better than the contemporary grandmasters of combat on Earth. She used her high attributes to crush her enemies. The combination of sword and shield that Thea learned from her was a little messy. But the divinity that she inherited from Ares, the god of war, displayed its unyielding nature. Thea slowly took a step deeper into the foundation of Diana's sword and shield. Did you come up with these moves at the last minute? As her opponent, the ninja master had the deepest understanding of Thea's moves. He had seen many of her moves before, but as the battle dragged on, the moves in her hands started to change slightly. Originally, it was a sword attack and shield defense, but with a slight change in the moves, it became a shield attack and sword defense. When the ninja master changed his moves, she changed her moves accordingly. This made the ninja master feel a little uncomfortable. A mystic sorcerer was able to fight him, a martial artist who had practiced martial arts for hundreds of years, to this extent. Could it be that the overall quality of mages was so high? He did not know that this was all due to the divinity of the god of war. He thought that Thea could change her moves during the battle. This was a little unacceptable to him, especially when he thought about how Thea gave up her strong points and used her weak points to fight with him for so long. He felt a little uneasy. I'm not fighting anymore. After forcing Thea back with 2 moves, the ninja master sheathed his sword and stood still. The old man was a man of his words. If he said that he would not fight, then he would not fight. Chapter 3:12. He did not want to fight, and Thea could not force him to. She shook her head and put away her weapon. Neither of them mentioned the demon sword. To Ninja Master, the sword was more troublesome than beneficial. It was not a bad thing to be able to get rid of it this way. About Damien? Ninja Master asked uneasily. Logically speaking, if Damien was discovered, it meant that the mission was not completed. According to the habits of the Assassin League, this was definitely a mission failure. The result was either death or a new mission. That was why he asked. Thea thought carefully. I will teach Damien, but the favor I owe the League will be written off. Thea did not know how much Ninja Master knew about Malcolm, but it was not difficult to find out the relationship between the two. Moreover, Thea felt that the martial arts of the Assassin League had given her the capital to rise in this chaotic world. This favor could be traced back to Ninja Master. Okay, that's it. I'll leave Damien to you. Ninja Master did not hesitate. His tall and thin figure walked into the forest alone. Thea stayed where she was. After 3 minutes, a thin figure walked out from the other side of the forest. It was Damien Wayne. At this moment, the brat was a little embarrassed. I didn't know he would follow me. Thea looked at him coldly. I expected too much of you. The one thing Damien could not stand in his life was being told that he was not good enough. When he heard Thea's words, he wanted to refute, but in the end, he lowered his head. Little brat, quite stubborn. Xia observed his reaction from the corner of her eyes. To deal with this kind of brat, you have to treat him badly. You have to make him tremble when he thinks of you. Talking about life and ideals like Batman is purely nonsense. Forget it. I'll let you pass this time. Your grandfather is still quite good to you. Xia sighed a little. The ninja master's preference for boys over girls was especially obvious in this aspect. If Damien was a girl, he probably wouldn't even look at him. Grandfather's health? Damien wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Thea slapped him on the forehead. It felt good. Your grandfather is in good health. If you don't learn magic, he'll still be alive after you die. Damien didn't understand the problem involved. Didn't the ninja master know that he was asking a tiger for its skin? Thea felt that even if he didn't know at first, he should have known after so many years. However, it was easy for him to get on the boat, but difficult for him to get off the boat. The demonization was eroding his body and soul. The two of them were not relatives, so Thea didn't want to stand up for him. The power of the three-palace demon was not something that anyone could easily touch. He led Damien into the forest and instructed him to sit cross-legged. Ninja Master must have plundered a lot of magic books over the years, but no matter which one of you read them, you won't be able to learn anything, right? Thea also sat on the ground and looked at the nervous Damien. Yes, grandfather spent a lot of effort on this. We call this initial process the bloodline awakening. First of all, you don't have the method. Second, there is no one with magic power to preside over it. Last but not least, you don't have much magic power bloodline. Speaking of this, Thea was a little sad. The soul awakening cup that the swamp monster gave her was definitely a semi-divine artifact. That tattered picture scroll had also replaced the source of magic transformation to a certain extent. With all kinds of opportunities, Thea was able to achieve what she had today. How is your condition? If the bloodline awakening ceremony starts, it will consume a lot of your blood. If you faint, I can't guarantee that it will succeed. Xia asked casually. The entry requirements for this path of magic were too harsh. Some things had to be made clear. At least Damien had her guidance. His conditions were much better than when she was a blind cat that had hit a dead mouse. Damien answered quickly and firmly. I can do it. Even if I die, I won't faint. Even if it's intense pain, you can't faint. Can you do it? I can. You've lost 1/5 of your blood. Can you stay awake? I can. Okay, then I'll take a break first. Fighting with your grandfather for half a day was exhausting. Thea jumped onto a nearby tree after saying that. Damien was still boiling with excitement. He suddenly felt a little dizzy after being hit by her. In his panic, he wanted to say something, but he almost bit his tongue. Thea naturally wouldn't be so bored as to play with a child. She was indeed a little tired. Drawing a magic formation required a lot of mental and physical effort. She decided to leave it to her clone. A pure black shadow walked out of her body. Soon, the shadow's appearance and body became the same as hers. The clone glanced at her in annoyance, then lowered its head and started drawing this extraordinarily complicated magic formation. Damien looked up at Thea on the tree, then turned to look at the clone drawing the magic formation. Previously, he had only seen Thea's clone ability in a hurry once in her office. It was far from being in such close proximity. The naughty child's mouth was wide open. He had forgotten what he wanted to say just now. The magic formation for the spirit awakening bloodline was troublesome and complicated. It only had one purpose. Perhaps there were some simplified versions. However, Thea only knew this magic formation recorded in the Constantine family's magic book. The clone drew for more than an hour before it was finally finished. The clone instructed Damien, "Stay here obediently. You can talk." Damien was shocked. He had always thought that this was something like a robot. However, the clone had expressions and could talk. This made him a little confused. The clone didn't say much to him and quickly returned to its original body. Thea slowly woke up. The clone's existence also consumed her stamina. However, in the night, her recovery speed was greatly increased. With the addition and subtraction, her stamina recovered quite a bit. She walked around the magic formation and checked it again. Then, she took out the magic book and compared it with it. There were no mistakes. With her presiding over it, there was no need for any ancestors test. The magic power for Damien's first awakening was provided by her, so it was relatively safer. She reached out and pointed at Damien. Magic restrained his movements and brought him to the center of the magic formation. "I'm starting." Thea casually set up a soundproof barrier. If someone passed by and heard him shouting and thought that she was abusing a child, that would be ridiculous. Damien didn't care whether she could see him or not. He clenched his fists and nodded heavily. This magic was very simple. Many of the syllables could only be uttered by curling the tongue. Thea's expression was unusually serious. She chanted the incantation with her hand gestures. Her voice constantly spread through the air in the forest. Before the old echoes disappeared, new sounds rang out again. Under the rise and fall, some kind of resonance was formed. The forest was filled with an indescribable rhythm. Fortunately, this was not a battle. If one spirit was tired, they could rest for a while. Thea rested for a total of 3 times before she finally completed the magic. She pointed her finger at a certain spot in the magic formation. The whole magic formation seemed to have activated some kind of mechanism and gradually lit up. Chapter 3:13. Damien originally wanted to act calm and let this woman see his manliness, but he underestimated the power of this spell and overestimated the limits of his 6-year-old body. There seemed to be something wriggling in his blood vessels, itching terribly. It felt like there was a sharp knife squeezing between his bones and skin, bringing him severe pain. 2 extreme feelings were constantly attacking his central nervous system. He only held on for less than a minute before he saw double, and there was a roar in his ears. He had received some basic training in the Assassin League, so he knew that there was nothing in front of him, and there was no loud noise in his ears. This was all because his brain could not process too much information in a short period of time, causing visual and auditory difficulties. He closed his eyes and tried to block out the noise around him, recalling the method taught by the ninja master, and tried to concentrate on what was in front of him. "Call me if you can't hold on." Damien closed his eyes and vaguely heard Thea's voice. Afraid that he was hallucinating, he opened one eye and saw that Thea was quickly flipping through a thick book with a black cover. As if feeling his gaze, Thea waved her hand. "This girl, has she never done this before? The so-called bloodline activation, she has never tried it on anyone, right? Is she using me as a test subject?" Damien looked at Thea's serious expression and could not help but have a similar guess. Of course, it was Thea's first time casting this spell. After all, it was hard to find a person with a bloodline in modern society. Damien's talent could be said to be barely enough. If someone helped him, he would be able to enter the door. If no one helped him, he would be old enough to be a warrior. His talent was not as good, and the effect of the magic circle drawn by Thea was too strong. The combination of the two made Damien, who had a strong will, unable to hold on for more than a minute. Seeing that Damien was still clenching his teeth, Thea was afraid that something would happen to him, so she followed the method in the book and weakened the magic output of the magic circle. Phew! Damien let out a long breath. The numbness and itchiness disappeared, leaving only a piercing pain. It was much easier to bear with it alone. His eyebrows were still furrowed, but his clenched teeth had loosened. At this moment, Thea's lazy voice reached his ears again. "Do you feel better now? The magic output of the magic circuit has been reduced by half, but the ritual time has been doubled. It will last for about 3 hours. 3 hours? Damien, who was trying his best to endure the pain with his eyes closed, nearly jumped up. If it was 10 minutes or 15 minutes, he could still endure it, but 3 hours. The thought of giving up had just surfaced in his mind when he dispelled it. He, Damien Wayne, would never admit defeat, nor could he admit defeat. If others could do it, he would do it too. A great opportunity was right in front of him. Thinking back to the hundreds of years of anticipation of a ninja master, wasn't it just 3 hours? Bear with it. Time passed slowly. Damien did not know how much time had passed, But he suddenly realized that he was not in so much pain anymore. Was his body numb? He used his heart to feel for a while. This was one of the factors, but more importantly, his physical fitness had become stronger. Stronger? No one knew how much Damien longed for this word in his heart. His father was not by his side when he was young. The only people who accompanied him were his mother, who was full of resentment, and the old man, who was known by everyone as the leader of the demons. Damien had set a goal for himself since he could remember. He wanted to be strong, to have power, and not let others interfere with his destiny. Although the change was slow, he could feel from his heart that was beating more and more vigorously, and his bones that were getting tougher and tougher. His physical fitness was rising rapidly. In the past, he would have to put in 10 times or even 100 times more effort in exchange for this little bit of improvement. Today, he could gain strength just by sitting here. This was the mysterious magic. He could not help but steal a glance at Thea again. Our young lady did not have the patience to watch him grit his teeth. At this time, she was resting her chin with her hand and resting with her eyes closed. Damien swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. This girl probably did not care about his gratitude, but she could fight with his grandfather for so long with only martial arts. He could not tell that she was quite powerful. Thea was not asleep. She had been secretly observing Damien in the magic circle. After all, he was Batman's son. The purpose of pretending to be asleep was that she was afraid of trouble. What was the use of receiving the gratitude of a 6-year-old child? The pain finally ended, and what followed was numbness and itchiness. Damien, whose physical fitness had improved a lot, had already expected this. He did not panic and endured it. It was as if there were thousands of insects crawling in his blood vessels. That kind of soreness was not something that ordinary people could endure. Damien hoped that the pain just now could come back to replace the numbness and itchiness. Unfortunately, he also knew that this was a necessary process. In order to become stronger, he had to continue to endure it. After some time, he finally heard Thea say, "Rest for a while and prepare for the next stage." Her voice was like the sound of nature. Damien's body was as if he had been fished out of water. His short black hair was stuck to his forehead, and a trace of stubbornness could be seen in his blue eyes. However, his hands could not help but tremble. Thea used Magician's hand to pull him out of the magic circle. The body strengthening stage is over. The next stage is the official bloodline condensation. You will suffer a lot of blood loss. In order to prevent you from becoming a cripple in the future, go to the side and move around. Adjust your body's condition. Damien panted heavily, trying to calm his breathing. Not long after, he felt that his body was different from before. First of all, the most obvious difference was that he had grown taller. Secondly, his vision was farther, and his hearing was sharper. He did a few punches and kicks. The most obvious feeling was that his strength and speed had increased by a lot. The 3 hours of suffering were not in vain. After moving around for a while, he gradually grasped the new strength and did a few somersaults. He was agile and his movements were light. Although he could do it before, it was not as easy as now. "You've recovered enough. Let's continue." After getting his consent, Thea put him back into the magic circle again and began the second stage, which was also the most critical stage of bloodline purification. The magic circle was light black before, but now it was light red. At first, Damien did not feel anything different, but soon a wave of weakness came over him. As someone who understood the structure of the human body, he knew that this was Sia's so-called bloodline purification period. A large amount of blood was artificially consumed, and the magic circle could help him extract the most essential part of the blood. This was the beginning of the path of mystery. Unlike the previous stage, where he had to grit his teeth and endure, Damien now had to deal with endless weakness. His face was getting paler and paler, and his blood was flowing out rapidly. He had to try his best to stay awake and not pass out because of excessive blood loss. Chapter 3:14. What can I do to help? Seeing Damien's pale little face, Batman, who didn't want to show his face, came out from behind the tree. Impossible. This is the most critical step for him. The bloodline can't be faked. If you give him a blood transfusion now, it will definitely alleviate his symptoms, but I can't guarantee what will happen after the bloodline is purified. Thea had felt him spying on her when she first fought with the ninja master. These 3 generations were quite interesting. On the surface, they seemed indifferent to each other, but in fact, only they knew the bond between them. Batman wasn't in the mood to chat with her. He waited anxiously. Don't worry, this magic circle is very safe. Damien is still young. In theory, the younger the bloodline is purified, the higher his future achievements will be. I'm also watching over him. To be honest, this kid's luck is much better than mine. I didn't have anyone to watch over him back then. He had to rely on himself for everything. Your son is already very lucky, Thea said, half comforting and half reminding. Sure enough, Batman's face looked a lot better when he heard that Damien's future achievements would be higher. Although he was against supernatural forces, he neither supported nor opposed his son's path. As for Thea's so-called relying on oneself for everything, he could understand. Batman didn't know how much Thea had suffered in order to gain power, but it must have been very difficult and dangerous. Now that Damien had reached this step with almost no effort, it could be said that his identity had played a very important role. He really couldn't blame anyone for not seizing the opportunity in front of him. Batman stood silently to the side and watched the results. He looked like a parent waiting for his child to take an exam. The purification process was very fast. It was over in less than 10 minutes. The light of the magic circle dimmed. Damien looked at Thea with lifeless eyes. He didn't have the strength to speak, but the meaning in his eyes was very clear. Was it done? Thea scanned Damien's body with her psychic power. Damien's body was so weak that a gust of wind could blow him away, but he had taken the most important step in his life. He already had a faint trace of magic. Congratulations, the effect is good. Phew. Damien exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Unable to hold on any longer, he fell to the ground and fainted. Seeing Batman's eager expression, Thea knew that she had nothing else to do. Take him home and have him rest. 3 days later, let him come here to find me to officially start learning. After returning to her residence, Thea took out the demon sword. She ignored the malice coming from the sword and examined it carefully. It had to be said that the demon's smithing skills were slightly better than the gods. Perhaps it was because the original purpose of this sword was different. This sword was filled with madness, bloodthirst, savagery, and other emotions. Those with weak willpower would not be able to use this demonic sword. The divine sword, which had lower attributes than the demonic sword, could be used without restriction. From this point of view, it was not easy to judge which one was better. Thea didn't care about exploring the depths of human nature with her magic sword and divine sword. In a way, she was very similar to Damien. She only wanted to obtain power. She took out the Isis talisman that the dark-skinned woman gave her that day, aimed at the damaged part of the talisman, and stabbed it with the sword. A large amount of pure magic power was transmitted into her body through the sword. Thea didn't absorb it directly, but transferred most of it into the unicorn tattoo. During the 2 trips back and forth, the sudden increase and decrease in magic power caused great damage to the unicorn tattoo. In order not to affect Thea's combat power, Arthas suffered the backlash of the huge drop in magic power alone. She hadn't recovered in the past 2 years. It wasn't until Thea had transmitted nearly 50% of her magic power that Arthas' voice came out intermittently. Her voice was no longer that of a young and beautiful girl, but more like a cute baby's voice. That's enough. You can absorb the rest. Thea began to use the magic power to improve herself. After several transformations by divine power, her body had already exceeded the range of bloodline purification. All the organs in her body had turned golden, and there was a trickle in her blood that was invisible to the naked eye. It was as if there was a light blue circulatory system in addition to the blood circulation. This light blue liquid was her magic power. Now, the magic power in the Isis talisman had injected new content into this small river. The color was gradually deepening, and the total amount was rapidly increasing. There seemed to be a glimmer in the river, which was a sign that the magic power was about to be filled. Thea stopped absorbing and pulled out her sword. She first observed the talisman. The surface of the talisman was even more broken. Although there was a possibility of error, the talisman could still let her absorb it 3 or 4 times. About 5 or 6 years of magic power. Thea casually cast a few spells. She was still very experienced in the sudden increase in magic power. She could adapt to the increase in magic power for 100 years. This time, it was only 5 or 6 years, so it wouldn't affect her at all. The magic power of the talisman was really abundant. She believed that any mortal who put on the talisman could become a peerless mage. But whether this person would still be the same person after that, only God knew. For the first time, most of the magic power was transferred to an unknown corner by the magic sword. Thea thought that most of it was absorbed by the demons. This was also within her expectations. She was even happy to see this. If that crazy woman Isis wanted to find trouble, she would first find the demons in the 3 palaces. Thinking about that scene, it was really beautiful. In the remaining small part, Thea gave a part to the unicorn, and the rest belonged to her. Even such a small part was equivalent to her 5 or 6 years of accumulation. She had to admit that the total amount of magic power in the talisman was really powerful. Thea nervously summoned the unicorn. The response was very fast, and the unicorn that she hadn't seen for a long time finally came to her side again. The tall horse of the past was gone, and the wings on its ribs were also gone. But it was not as big as the palm of her hand when she first summoned it. Now the unicorn was about the size of a 2-year-old colt if its horn was ignored. It was cuter when it was young. Thea laughed and played with the unicorn for a while. Then she sent it back to the space to rest. Next time, there was no need to fill its deficit. All the magic power was used to improve Thea's body. Even the unicorn could grow into an adult, and Thea could use the combination skill again. The strength of the ring was too idealistic. To be honest, Thea didn't like it. When it thought that it was strong, it was really strong. When its confidence was damaged, it would immediately wither. This was a bit unreliable for Thea, who seriously lacked a sense of security. What she needed was a practical and reliable power that could be controlled by herself. 3 days later, Thea waited for the unicorn to completely recover before she began the second absorption. The total amount of magic power she could store per unit of time also increased. This time, she had absorbed about 10 years' worth of magic power. The color of the magic power had transitioned from light blue to light blue. All in all, Thea now had almost 30 years' worth of total mana. Even in the glorious era of magic, this level of mana would be considered average. At the very least, it would be reasonable for her to be called a certain mage, and no one would criticize her for it. Chapter 315. That evening, Thea arrived at the grove on time. Sure enough, Damien had been eagerly waiting for her for a long time. Today, I'll officially start teaching you. Thea paused. She had been busy for several days and really didn't think about what to teach Damien. She had never been a teacher, so she didn't even think about how to teach him. Is there anything in particular that you want to learn? Thea pondered. She would first ask clearly and teach him what he was most interested in. When you were fighting with grandfather that day, you moved left and right in a cloud of black fog. I really want to learn that move. Damien seemed to have thought about this problem and said hurriedly. This brat has good taste. Is he also planning to walk the path of magic and martial arts? Thea secretly thought, but this spell was indeed very suitable for him. It didn't have high magic requirements, but it had a much higher requirement for speed and reflexes. At least until Thea figured out the principle of Charm Witch's teleportation, she could only rely on her own high reflexes to make up for the lack of magic operation skills. Of course, I'll teach you the magic part. As for the martial arts part, Thea meant that he had a lot of martial arts masters in his family, so he didn't need her to teach him, right? Damien had dealt with her a few times and understood the general mentality of this woman. She was afraid of trouble, but there were many people who could teach him martial arts, so there was really no need to bother Thea. He immediately nodded and approved the teaching plan. Thea was very happy. This saved a lot of trouble. I said before that your attributes are dark and earth. Most of them are dark, and the earth is very little. You don't think that the light attribute is righteous and the dark attribute is evil, right? Damien shook his head very seriously. None of his 3 generations had anything to do with light. It would be strange if he awakened a light attribute. The dark attribute is strong in concealment and penetration. It's not as aggressive as the 4 major attributes of earth, fire, water, and wind. But in modern society, before your magic accumulation reaches a certain level, technological weapons are better than elemental magic. Damien nodded as if he understood. Thea continued. You're really lucky. Your attributes are very suitable for the current social environment. Stealth and unpredictable. That's your fighting style from now on. Hearing this, Damien was even happier. He had never intended to be a knight. Being able to secretly kill his opponent with a sword was in line with his character and family tradition. Thea taught him how to release his own magic. Damien's dark element was slightly different from Thea's. Damien's element was more aggressive, while Thea's was more flexible. There was no need to talk about which was better or worse. As long as it was used well, it could deal double the damage to the enemy. After a week of continuous teaching, Damien's basic magic power was not as good as Thea's. After all, he was still young. After puberty, the magic power in his body would usher in a period of eruption. This was also why many children of magic families would awaken their bloodlines at a very young age. They did not have the opportunity like Thea to obtain talismans or magic swords to artificially increase their magic power. What they did was to awaken their bloodlines at a young age and wait for the explosion of magic power during puberty. Although there was a certain risk, compared to the growth of magic power in adulthood, this risk was bearable. By now, Damien could already cast dark magic. Of course, in terms of the range and the density of the smoke, it was far from Thea's. But the naughty kid was still so happy that he couldn't tell north from south. Take it, Thea said as she threw him a pitch-black longsword. This was the sword of Azrael that was seized in Gotham. It had been used for a period of time. As the sword did not have a magic circle carved on it, it could only be considered a semi-finished product. Considering that this was Thea's first disciple and it was of great significance, Thea worked with Diana over the weekend to draw the magic circle of the original Black Mist dagger onto this longsword. Diana could participate in the production of Batman's Hellbat armor in the future. According to the game, her secondary profession was enchantment forger. In this era, materials were scarce and could not be created. However, it was not a problem to create a longsword according to the drawings. This is... Little Damien took the sword and found that it was a little long for him to use. However, it would be just right when he reached adulthood. He was not stupid and asked in disbelief. It's for you. The sword is very sharp. Don't cut yourself when you swing it. A dark spell circle is carved on the sword. You need to use your own magic power to guide it. It can be cast once a day. Sia said casually, as if what she was giving away was not a magical weapon, but a wooden sword and saber that could be bought on the street for $50. Damien's nose twitched a little. He turned his little face to the side and said in a low voice, "Thank you." Thea pretended not to hear. Both of them were not very good at expressing their feelings. Just like that, they began their exclusive lessons. There was a theory lesson every 3 days and a combat lesson every 5 days. However, in less than half a month, Thea could not take it anymore. She dragged Damien to Batman, who was beating up criminals in Gotham. Seeing them coming out of the dark, Batman was a little confused. He grabbed the neck of the criminal in his hand and slammed it on the ground. A severely concussed patient was born. "What's the matter?" Batman, who was fearless in the face of Darkseid, was in a mess. Especially when he saw Thea's unfriendly face and Damien's ashamed face, he imagined the scene of a naughty child being brought to his parents by a teacher. "This child of yours?" Thea spoke in the tone of a young female teacher who was annoyed by a naughty child. "His foundation is too weak. A sorcerer is a profession that requires a lot of comprehensive knowledge. It's not like your friend in blue shirt and red cape who can do it with just a little bit of strength. Have you taught Damien any conventional knowledge?" Thea fired a barrage of words at Batman. She thought that teaching would be easy, but after a week of theory lessons, she found a big problem. Damien's basic knowledge was a mess, but he was very stubborn and pretended to know everything. However, when it came to practical application, Thea immediately knew that she had wasted a few nights to come to Gotham tonight. Batman wiped the non-existent sweat off his forehead. As a top student, he really did not know what his son had learned. He thought that the ninja master had taught him everything, but the ninja master also thought that he should teach him, his biological father. The two knowledgeable experts had an illiterate child right under their noses. This made Batman feel a little embarrassed. "I will work hard to learn." Damian felt that he was losing confidence as he spoke. He secretly glanced at Thea and Batman before lowering his head. "This book. Let him know all the words. Bruce, I'm not asking for much, right?" Thea handed a thin book to Batman. Chapter 316. Batman did not even look at what was in his hand. When he heard that it was just basic literacy, he did not have the courage to refute. He was extremely ashamed and quickly nodded. No problem, leave it to me." I don't expect Damian to have high overall qualities, but he still needs to master basic mathematics, common sense science, and Latin. My standards have been lowered again and again. I really don't want to make things difficult for you. Thea was still talking nonstop when Batman quickly interrupted her. "Don't worry, I'll work hard to teach him these few days. I'll definitely teach him. I promise." Only when Thea flew away did Batman breathe a sigh of relief. He took off his hood and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. After hesitating for 3 seconds, he decided to let the criminals of Gotham have a few more days of fun. He needed to go back and get a feel for his son's knowledge structure. After casually testing a few questions, he realized that it was no wonder Thea was angry. This child's foundation was not bad. He had no foundation at all. This was too much. Although Damian was not even 7 years old, Batman had already self-taught a lot of knowledge at this age. Damian looked very serious and smart, but he was actually completely illiterate. The knowledgeable Batman could not stand it. He ordered his butler, Fu, to prepare supper. He would not sleep tonight. He had to let this child master the basics first. Thea's request to master the basics of reading and writing, as well as knowing addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. How could the son of the great Bruce Wayne know addition and subtraction within 10? He could not afford to embarrass himself. He rummaged through the cabinets and found a textbook that was similar to a junior high school level. He instructed Damian that he had to understand it tonight or he could not sleep. Damian also inherited his desire to excel. Without hesitation, he picked up the book and started reading. Thea threw the task of eliminating illiteracy to Batman and returned to Star City alone. After a few days of continuous absorption, the talisman of Isis finally shattered and turned into ashes. However, its destruction was still valuable. Thea had absorbed more than 30 years' worth of pure magic from the talisman. Combined with her original magic, it was less than 50 years' worth of magic. There was still a gap between him and Horace back then, but he more or less had the ability to protect himself. During the weekend, he had another big battle with Diana. Although he was still no match for Diana in terms of overall strength, it was no longer that strenuous. The matter of Central City's cutting-edge laboratory was still in the planning stage. In the original storyline, after Jared awakened, he caused a ruckus in the laboratory and attracted Reverse Lightning's attention. In order to hide Jared's existence, Reverse Lightning parted ways with the military. This event was what Thea was currently looking forward to. She would lure Reverse Lightning away and divert the attention of the laboratory so that she could enter the secret room and obtain the source code of the artificial intelligence. While everything was proceeding in an orderly manner, Sia saw off a so-called famous architect in the reception room. Holding the drawing that the expert had left for her, she rubbed her temples. The land in the metropolis had already been bought. In terms of the design plan, several of his subordinates had unanimously recommended this new designer. It was said that this person had designed many landmark buildings. Does this look funny? Thea looked at the architectural drawing in her hand and was a little speechless. Is this logo encouraging everyone to recharge? The drawing on the drawing was extremely complicated. Thea was not Batman. She did not understand architecture and did not have that much knowledge. However, she could still see the shape of the building. The entire building would form a large Q, letter on the ground, representing the surname Quinn. Originally, this was not a big deal. However, there was another building in the metropolis. The building was in the shape of an L, which was the headquarters of Lex Luthor's group. A Q and an L. It was no surprise that this would be the landmark building of the metropolis in the future. Thea did not want the Q to have another surname, Merlin, and the initial letter, M. After all, this was not the headquarters of McDonald's. It was not appropriate to have an M. She immediately made the decision and decided on the Q building. Just as Thea finished sorting out the various situations of the group and was preparing to rest for 2 days, trouble came to her. The assistant handed her a phone. "It's the Pentagon." "What's the matter?" The voice on the other end of the phone was Superman's future father-in-law, General Ryan. The old man did not waste time with her and urgently asked her to come to the Department of National Defense. It was definitely not suitable to fly there in the daytime. Fortunately, the military helicopter arrived very quickly. Almost as soon as she put down the phone, they arrived. The few soldiers were really well trained. They did not have any questions about her workplace attire and pulled her directly to the Department of National Defense. The Department of National Defense was now more closely connected with her new group. On average, she had to come several times a month. After showing her consultant's ID, Thea entered the building smoothly. "What's the matter?" Thea entered the conference room and found that the atmosphere was extremely solemn. Almost all the generals she had met were present. Even Amanda Waller of the Heaven's Eye Society was in the corner. Amanda's expression was very strange. It was somewhere between a smile and a smile. "Take a look." As she spoke, she turned on the display in the room. The image of the person on the display was extremely blurry. It was most likely that after the scene was destroyed, part of it was restored using high-tech technology. "She's not dead." Thea looked at the dark figure on the screen. She looked like a ghost. Wasn't this the charmed witch that she had frozen a while ago? Without a host, she should have lost her ability to move. We suspect that she and Dr. Joan Munn completed a deep fusion at a special node. In other words, Dr. Joan Munn has betrayed us. Amanda's expression was calm. It was as if she was not talking about her subordinates, but an unrelated passerby. "You want me to take her down? Where is she?" Now that Thea had enough magic power, she was no longer afraid of the charmed witch. Although it was only a brief glimpse on the screen, she could tell that the fusion between the charmed witch and Joan Munn was forced. The female doctor did not have any magic power at all. It would only greatly reduce her power. "Don't worry. There's more. She has an accomplice," Amanda said and clicked on another video. A handsome young officer appeared in the video. He opened the door of the freezer and released the charmed witch. This person is called Rick Flegg. He can use all modern technology skillfully. He's an elite warrior of the Heaven's Eye Society and also Dr. Joan Munn's lover. It's not clear if he loves his lover or is controlled by magic. Watch the next part. This is the real trouble. The young man called Rick Flegg led the charmed witch into the prison of the Heaven's Eye Society. They carefully avoided the guards and came to an ordinary prison cell. The charmed witch walked in calmly. In less than 3 minutes, a bald man covered in tattoos walked out with her. Chapter 317. His name is Chatter Santana. His code name is the Vengeful Demon. He used to be a gang member, but he somehow got these tattoos and gained the power to control fire. Amanda was worried that Gu Shijio would not know, so she kept explaining. Thea listened carefully to her explanation, but in her heart, she was full of disdain. What a bunch of amateurs. What power to control fire. That was the fire of hell, an ability that came with the demon's body. This guy was somewhat similar to Marvel's Ghost Rider, but he was weaker than Ghost Rider. After all, he was only possessing an ordinary demon. Not to mention a living person like him, even if that demon jumped out, Sia would be able to take it down with some effort. Chatter Santana. Sia murmured, trying hard not to laugh out loud. This surname is really powerful. Could it be that he can become an Autobot? They released more than 10 criminals from the Sky's Eye Society. These two are the most dangerous. Amanda didn't know what Gu Shijio was thinking. She moved the control panel, and more than 10 pictures appeared on the screen. 2 of them had the biggest heads. The one on the left is Killer Crocodile. You've seen him before. I can only say that he's more ferocious and aggressive than when you captured him. The one on the right is George Diggle Harkness, code name Captain Boomerang. He's good at using all kinds of high-tech boomerangs. He's very powerful and very cunning. Thea looked at her in confusion, waiting for her to continue. Weren't these guys from the Suicide Squad? But now, they seem to have turned against Gu Shijio. But what did that have to do with her? She was a consultant, not a fighter. Can you deal with them? Please tell us the truth. Amanda didn't say anything, but General Ryan spoke up. Thea could not help but think. The charm which was supposed to be the strongest, but she had completely merged with the female professor, so her strength should have dropped a lot. The demon of vengeance known as Santana was about as powerful as the charm who had been weakened by a significant amount. Dealing with these two at the same time would only take a little more effort, even if he had to expose his trump cards. The rest of the ordinary people were no trouble to her, so Thea ignored them. However, being able to do it was one thing, and talking to this group of people was another. Did she have nothing better to do? Was she going to work for them? Pretending to be hesitant, he asked, "What do you need me to do? Why did you call me here in such a hurry?" General Ryan hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. They kidnapped Mr. Minister and threatened him with his life to kidnap the leader of the Heaven's Eye Society, Steve Trevor. Unlucky Steve Trevor. Sia looked at the dark-skinned avatar thoughtfully. No wonder this woman was still smiling even after such a big thing happened. If it weren't for the fact that the situation wasn't right, she would have gathered her subordinates to celebrate. Mr. Minister knows a lot of secrets. If you leak them out, the consequences will be... General Ryan looked a little flustered. This old man was as stubborn as a rock, but in general, he was still very patriotic. "Mr. General, forgive me for telling you the truth. The other party is known as the Charm Witch. You should be able to guess a lot from this name. If she wants to, the country's secrets are not guarded against her." Thea explained immediately. Leaking secrets would be troublesome, so she had to make it clear in advance. The Minister of National Defense was an old bureaucrat with a negative willpower. It was impossible to expect him to resist the Charm Witch's magic. General Ryan knew this too. He swallowed his words and said, "We beg you, please save Mr. Minister." Just save him? Thea felt that General Ryan wanted to kill the Minister of National Defense, but it was too shocking. No matter how brave he was, he wouldn't dare to say it out loud. Yes, save him. Save the minister first. Avatar emphasized. It was okay if Thea couldn't save Steve Trevor. Where are they? Did the satellite detect them? Thea asked. "Sir, the satellite shows that they are approaching Midway City. They are less than 30 miles away from the city in the northeast corner." A sergeant controlling the satellite didn't see Thea's military rank, but he knew that she was not an ordinary person by looking at her power. He vaguely called her sir. "Wait for me," Thea said to the people in the room. Without waiting for their response, she went outside, avoided the satellite's detection orbit, and directly rose into the air. She used the Eye of Horus to look into the distance. Midway City was also one of the largest cities in the United States in this world. The size of the city was similar to Star City and Central City. In her impression, it was the territory of Eagle Man and Eagle Girl. However, at this time, Thea didn't find any trace of these two silly birds. Was it because the time was not right and they hadn't awakened their memories? Or was it because Horus's death and the timeline was chaotic? Thea didn't know. This city wasn't far from Star City. They had participated in the city's railway project. Thea had also been there several times. She found the right direction and looked in the direction. The Eye of Horus quickly collected a lot of information. Thea filtered it one by one and found the Charm Witches group 3 minutes later. There were quite a lot of them, but not only were there more than 10 criminals, Thea also saw many fully armed soldiers with guns. If she was not wrong, they were Rick Flagg's subordinates. In modern society, loyalty was too low. It was impossible to betray the country directly for the sake of their superior. These people had been brainwashed. More than 30 people were sitting in 2 trucks. Most of them looked forward with blank expressions. The respected minister was tied up like a dumpling and was still in the truck behind. The charm witch was focused on reading his memory. As if she sensed Thea's spying, she stopped what she was doing and looked around nervously, but found nothing. Thea waited for the charm witch to relax and suddenly made a move. The yellow light ring had given her a lot of knowledge about space. Although it was more on the physical level, it was still very useful. Thea had begun to study teleportation after she had enough magic power. Now she had made some progress. A light blue portal opened beside the Minister of Defense. Thea reached out a hand from behind the portal and pulled him directly into the portal. The charm witch's attainment in spatial magic was not low. However, her strength had been severely damaged after fusing with Joan Mun. After hesitating for a while, she was afraid that there would be an ambush. In the end, she gave up the idea of pursuing. "Our minister has been rescued by me." Everyone in the meeting room was dumbfounded when they saw that she had dragged an old white man back in less than 3 minutes. Fortunately, there was no shortage of flatterers in this world. A few of them hurriedly surrounded the Minister of Defense and asked about his well-being. It was very lively and bustling. Chapter 318. It took the minister a long time to recover from the shock. Coming through the portal was a terrible feeling, as if a box of sardines had been stuffed into a narrow container. It was cramped, but there was a huge force pushing him from behind. If the minister could be interviewed about his feelings at that time, he would definitely say, "I want to die." Until Sia pulled him into the meeting room, his memory was blank. He had not recovered from the beginning to the end. Now that he saw a few of his former lackeys nagging in his ears, he finally recovered from his dazed state. Looking at the familiar environment in front of him, he almost burst into tears. This old man, have actually come back for no reason." General Ryan pushed a few flatterers to the side. With his status, he was not afraid of the Minister of National Defense. He instructed his subordinates to check if the minister was the real person. A large number of people were busy checking his pupils and blood, and a large number of password inquiries. Amanda pretended to be very serious at this time. She stood straight with a dark face, but in fact she was laughing in her heart. If those criminals killed Steve Trevor in a rage, it would be a great thing. Although these people ruined her ex-team's plan, compared to Steve's life, it was nothing. There were criminals all over the streets. When the time came, there would be an exchange of benefits and moral ties. They could always use superheroes to capture a few more. However, there was only one Steve. As a national hero and the founder of the Heavenly Eye Society, his personal prestige was unparalleled. After fighting with him for so many years, Amanda knew very well that as long as Steve did not betray the country would not do anything to him. The more she thought about it, the happier she felt. Although she knew that this was not the right place, she could not help but ask Thea softly, "Where is Steve?" "I don't know. I didn't see him." Thea really did not see him. There were only 2 cars, and he was most likely detained in the car in front. She saved him and left. In her mind, she did not even see Steve as a person. Amanda was very satisfied with this answer. She looked down at her feet, afraid that her joy would be seen by Thea or anyone else. A lot of people were asking the Minister of National Defense if he had leaked any secrets. Thea felt that he had leaked a lot, but it was none of her business. She got up and was about to leave. "Miss Quinn, don't go. Please stay a little longer." General Ryan saw that she was about to leave and hurriedly stopped her. "I still have things to do. No matter what it is, we will help you solve it." Thea stared at the old general with a faint smile. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, a reporter named Louise Ryan from the Daily Planet wants to interview me. "What do you think?" Old General Lionheart almost choked on his anger. He was also helpless against his daughter, who was 100 times more courageous. However, he had already said it. Whether it was public or private, he was the only one who could do it. "I'll call her and explain." Old General Mu bitterly ran to the side to make a call. In fact, Thea didn't really want to leave either. Regardless of how long it would take, she was the one who saved him. He was such a high-ranking official, so she should at least get some benefits before he could leave. Compared to the Parallax Demons and Ares, the Charm Witches were nothing. Even though General Lane had already walked to the side, Louise Lane's voice could still be heard through the phone. Thea could hear the voice of this famous female reporter from afar. Clark Kent had commented on his wife's article, saying that she had the spirit to compete with a fierce tiger. Reading it made one shudder. According to Thea's understanding, this meant that Louise Lane was a very fierce person. Now, this fierce woman was scolding her own father because General Lane had disrupted her interview steps. General Lane laid out the facts and reason. After a long round of words, he finally put down the phone and nodded at Thea. At this time, a staff member whispered a few words in his ear. General Lane's eyebrows furrowed. After thinking for a while, he asked Thea, "Miss Quinn, the minister's memory after he was kidnapped is blank. Do you have a way to restore it?" "I'm just a little faster. I don't have any profound skills." Thea flatly refused. Mind control and mind reading were the most taboo abilities for politicians. In fact, 2 small spells, mind control and mind backtracking, could solve the problem. However, Thea would never admit that she had this ability. General Lane's expression relaxed slightly, but soon he put on a sorrowful expression. He nodded and went to study the minister's memory. Immediately, Thea settled down in the Ministry of Defense. From time to time, she would call the corporation and read some books. She had to admit that these people had really come up with a solution. They had found or captured 3 master hypnotists and each of them hypnotized the minister. In the end, the result of the comparison made them very depressed. The minister had said more than half of what he should and shouldn't have said. Except for the nuclear weapons, which were still under the president's control, the rest of the conventional passwords had basically been obtained by the enemy. With the elite soldier Rick Flegg leading the way, it wasn't difficult to find a few intercontinental missiles. The people who had been sucking up to the minister were now silent. If only 1/10 of the information leaked by the minister were to be spread to an ordinary person, they would be executed without trial. However, he was now the most powerful person in the room. They were a little hesitant. Should they put him under control first or report to the government first? "I'm automatically suspended. General Lane will handle the follow-up for now." The Minister of Defense had been dealing with politics for half of his life. He knew his situation all too well. Although he was very reluctant to give up his power, he had no choice but to announce his temporary resignation as if his father had died. The people who were qualified to compete for the minister's position all had their own understanding of what he meant by temporary handling. When the time came, the president would still need to decide who to nominate in private. However, this old man's career was over. If there were no major consequences, he might be able to retire peacefully. If the consequences were serious, he might not even be able to see the sun tomorrow. General Lane, who was temporarily handling the follow-up, took over the command without hesitation. He pondered for a few seconds and felt that Thea was still the main force. "Mississippi Lane, is there anything your new corporation needs our help with recently?" Was this the negotiation of conditions? Thea watched as they put on a show of peaceful evolution. The minister that she had saved had abdicated directly. This made her a little depressed. Damn it, she was still inexperienced. She should have negotiated conditions before saving someone. General Lane was now openly negotiating with her. In fact, it was very smart of him to do so. The new minister was still undecided. If the conditions were too high, he might not be able to take over the position. It was useless to just agree to them. If the conditions were too low, Thea would be at a disadvantage. Thea rejected several proposals one after another. After repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, she finally stated her conditions. The Lane Group is interested in the development of high-tech and new energy sources. We hope to invest in the Red House Laboratory. Chapter 319. The Red House Laboratory. It wasn't just General Ryan who was pondering. A few of the potential successors to the throne lowered their heads in thought. The Red House Laboratory had collected all the extraterrestrial technology that the United States had found from all over the world. Every year, Dr. Sareth Stone would provide them with some results in the field of civilian technology. However, the advanced weapons that they strongly requested had always been delayed. Both the Pentagon and the White House were dissatisfied with this. This time, clearing the Red House Laboratory out of Washington was not without warning. Thea had previously investigated the recent situation of the laboratory when it moved to Detroit. It was definitely not good. There was a huge shortage of funds, personnel, and space. Dr. Sareth Stone had been soliciting donations everywhere, but the results were minimal. The doctor had repeatedly hit a wall. He thought that it was a financial problem, but it was actually a very obvious political problem. Thea hoped to use this incident to plant a nail in the laboratory. Thea was also very particular with her choice of words. She said that the laboratory would not be in the lead, which was acceptable to the military. Leon and a few of the most experienced and promising people exchanged glances. This condition was neither too big nor too small, but it was just within the range of what they could accept. The few of them gradually nodded. No matter who the future minister was, this was a collective opinion. The Department of National Defense can accept the Quinn Corporation's intentions. We will definitely defeat all enemies together. General Ryan made the decision on the spot. They agreed to this matter, but the premise was that Thea had to work with them to defeat the enemy. Thea naturally did not object. She put away her notebook and took off her lens. "What do you want me to do?" General Ryan also did not know what to do now. In less than a minute after taking over the position, temporarily, he already felt a mountain of pressure on his face. For a moment, he could not think clearly. He could only say vaguely, "We have to stop them, that, starting a war." Thea nodded. She knew that he did not have any ideas at all, but she did not say anything. Anyway, she would wait. She was not the one who was anxious. General Ryan was very satisfied with her attitude. He happened to see the black woman, Amanda, and immediately had an idea. "Commander Amanda, regarding the rescue of Steve, we still need the help of the Sky's Eye Society. Does the Sky's Eye Society have any good ideas? We can talk about it." Amanda, who usually traveled all over the world and flew around the world 3 times a day, did not go anywhere today. She had been sitting on the bench in the Department of Defense, waiting for the men's inquiries. She could not wait for Steve to die right now. Rescue? You're kidding. But she couldn't tell the truth. Besides, she didn't have a solution. Even if she had a solution, she wouldn't say it. Every minute that passed increased the chances of Steve dying. The black-hearted woman pretended to be very helpless and shook her head. Her voice even sounded a little choked. "My thoughts are scattered. I can't do anything." General Lionheart himself was in a mess, so he didn't care about her little thoughts. He nodded and went to discuss with his subordinates. "Where's Batman?" "Usually he's always there," Sia whispered to Amanda when she saw that no one was around. "I don't know. His phone line has been cut off. We haven't seen him in Gotham for the past 3 days, and we haven't been able to contact him either." Amanda was also a little puzzled at the mention of this. A few of the undercover agents in the Gotham Mafia family had said that no one had seen Batman before. There was something fishy about this whole thing. Thea laughed secretly. Most likely, Batty was in seclusion to teach Damien about culture and knowledge. For the sake of his son's bright future, he had even stopped fighting crime. It was not easy being a parent. She didn't lament for long. General Lionheart came back. "Organize an elite team to attack the enemy and eliminate them all. Can you do it?" Thea thought about it. She shouldn't be too involved in this matter. Who would take responsibility if Steve died? Who would take responsibility if the secret was leaked? She would only be a helper. She definitely wouldn't be leading the team. "I'm only in charge of the 2 supernatural guys. The rest of the ordinary people and the follow-up will be yours." Lionheart agreed without hesitation. This was similar to their plan. He looked at Amanda again. "The Sky's Eye Society also needs to help. How many candidates are left in your previous Plan X?" "I've agreed to all the plans. Send all of them to plant bombs." This time, it was not a discussion but an order. As a subordinate of the Department of Defense, Amanda had to agree. Her answer was simple. "Understood, General." Since she was going to participate in the operation, she couldn't fight monsters in her office attire. Thea chose to transform into the yellow light ring. The yellow light ring did not conflict with magic. With a long cloak, she looked a little like a magician. The few parties moved quickly. Thea only waited for half an hour before she saw her teammates. She had to admit that the world was really small. There were 2 familiar faces, and the other 2 were people from her memory. The most eye-catching one was a tall man. He was 9 meters tall, and his body was as strong as a wall. Even standing there calmly, she could feel his murderous intent. This man was Slade Wilson, codenamed Death Knell, whom Thea had fought on Purgatory Island. He was her brother Oliver's friend and mentor. Seeing him in the Department of Defense with his eyes intact, Thea knew that without Shadow in the middle, his friendship with Oliver had not been broken. The other familiar face looked terrible. It was the clown girl who was captured by Thea in Gotham. She was controlled by the bomb planted in her body. General Lionheart gave her a brief introduction. He pointed to the 2 men on the left and introduced them. These 2 are internationally famous mercenaries. The tall one with 2 knives is Death Knell. The short one with dark skin is Death Knell. Death Knell? Thea looked at the guy who was adjusting his gun. This guy was not a criminal, but a mercenary. It was strange to think about it. The 2 women on the other side. You might have seen the clown girl before. The other one is an agent of the Heaven's Eye Society, codenamed Katana. Sia couldn't help but look at the Yamashiro couple who were wearing a white mask and a Japanese-style armor. They were also Oliver's good friends. Looking at the date, it should be around the time that her son passed away and her husband joined the Assassin Alliance. Amanda actually sent her, who had just lost her son, out? How cold-blooded. Shouldn't she at least let her rest for a few days? Child, what do you have to make us wait for you? The first to speak was Death Knell, Slade Wilson. Thea was not wearing her red clothes today, so he did not recognize her. Child Myas. Slade was an intelligent, skilled, and magnanimous man. His only flaw was that he liked to act like a senior and called everyone a child. Thea was a little annoyed. A ninja master was more than 800 years old. It was fine for him to call Thea a young person. Who the hell were you, Slade? Chapter 320. At first, she didn't want to bother with them. She just wanted to complete her mission when she arrived. However, as soon as Richard spoke, the others all looked at Thea suspiciously. Even General Leon was staring at her. Thea knew she had to show them what she was capable of. Since you want to see, I'll let you see to your heart's content. She took out the parallax book from the void. The golden book immediately attracted everyone's attention. What is this? My body. Not many people could face the fear in their heart without batting an eyelid. People like Sinisto and Batman had gone through several rounds of psychological training. They knew what they were afraid of, and they had to go through a lot of mental processes to overcome their fear. It wasn't that Thea was looking down on these people, but they were still far from that level. Lisa Draka, the controller of the original Parallax book, had a very flamboyant saying which was quoted by Sia here. She put away the Parallax book and said loudly, "My understanding of fear is second to none." Although she only took out the book and shook it before putting it away, everyone was still in a bad state. Thea couldn't help but be attracted to the ugly girl. Of course, it wasn't because of her beauty, but because she was able to resist the attack of her fear. Although her legs were trembling, she was still able to stand. One had to know that the bear-like brawny man, Slade, was half kneeling on the ground with his teeth clenched and veins popping all over his body. Was it because of the madness? That was the only answer Thea could think of. If the ugly girl could resist it, did that mean the clown was immune to fear as well? Other than the ugly girl and Richard, everyone else was lying on the ground. Katana, who had just lost her son, was in the worst state. Her mask had fallen off, and her pretty face was covered in tears and snot. She was in so much pain that she wished she was dead. Thea, who was also a woman, sympathized with her. She knew that she had accidentally hurt her with her AoE attack. She felt bad, so she raised her hand and cast an enhanced version of fear resistance. The power of magic was just that unscientific. The few of them stood up one after another. The one who was in the best condition was actually Slade. He muttered in a low voice, "Psychic, it's psychic again. I hate this bunch of psychics." Ignoring his muttering, Thea's eyes were attracted to the ugly girl again. Her fear resistance didn't work on the girl. She was still the same as before. Is she that powerful? Her magic resistance is so high. She doesn't take debuffs or buffs. The world of mental patients is indeed full of unknowns. Idiot, I'm going to kill you. Katana, who had gotten up from the ground, didn't care about the mask anymore. She pulled out her sword and slashed at Thea. Thea felt guilty, but that didn't mean she was going to stand there and take the hit. The distance between them was visibly shortened. She waved her left hand in the air and compressed the air with her magic. They heard a muffled sound, and from 5 or 6 meters away, they saw Thea waving her left hand and slapping her opponent away. I didn't do it on purpose. I apologize. Thea lowered her attitude slightly. As for whether the other party forgave her or not, that was none of her business. Katana seemed to have been sent flying a few meters, but she didn't use much force. She quickly got up. She was still upset when she heard Thea's apology, but she couldn't beat her. She could only follow the tradition of her ancestors and put on her mask. Hurry up and go. Amanda will be in charge of the command. General Ryan seemed to have seen something terrifying. He said a few words and waved his hand to let them go. They boarded the military transport plane. Amanda, in her military uniform, began to tell them about the strategy. The most powerful enemies are the Charm Witch and the Vengeful Demon. Yellow Lantern is in charge of them. Amanda introduced the enemy. Yellow Lantern was a name Thea came up with casually. The other 3 are Rick Flegg, Captain Boomerang, and Killer Croc. Speaking of Rick Flegg, Amanda felt that it was a pity. He was such a good subordinate with excellent tactics and a quick mind. Regardless of whether or not he was bewitched by the enchantment witch, the orders from the higher-ups were very simple: kill them all. Amanda was no match for them. She wanted to plead for mercy several times, but she held back the words when they reached her mouth. In the eyes of the higher-ups, the life and death of a soldier was not worth their time at all. Amanda's tone became heavier as if she was talking to herself. Kill all of them. Leave no one alive. Their abilities are like this. Thea was too lazy to listen to this nonsense. Those monsters were just a matter of magic to her. If she attracted their attention in advance, she could even take out the parallax book to kill them all. She had to adjust her condition to deal with the charm witch who had regained her body. The military transport plane was very fast. Amanda answered a call and said to them anxiously, "The enemy has occupied the city square and is shooting high-power military electromagnetic pulses. The transport plane can't get through. The citizens are panicking. You have to start the operation immediately." Start the operation? Parachute down and fight. They took out their parachutes. There were more than 10 agents of the Heavens Ice Society with them. They were all fully armed. Other than the clown girl who kept laughing, everyone else was a little nervous. "I'll go down and wait for you guys," Thea said calmly. She flew out of the cabin and landed on the ground like a meteor. Damned Esper. Slade, who was burly like a brown bear, was very unhappy. He didn't call the others and jumped down with his parachute. The enemy's electromagnetic pulse had disrupted Avatar's assault, forcing the team to scatter and enter the city. Needless to say, this was definitely the idea of Rick Flegg, who was familiar with the Heavenly Eye Association's fighting style. Avatar didn't think that his proud subordinate could turn back now because of Dr. Joan Munn. Avatar didn't think that his subordinate could turn back. Being killed was probably his only choice. Ignoring Amanda, who was panicking outside the city, Sia landed alone at the edge of the city. Initially, she wanted to wait for a few of her teammates to come over before rushing in together. However, seeing that they were all jumping around with their parachutes, she could only give up on the idea and walk slowly into the city alone. "Child, you're really not in a hurry." A low voice sounded beside her ear. She saw Slade wearing his signature combat suit, a red and black mask, and carrying 2 swords on his back. He had a variety of weapons on him, including a dagger on his wrist and a pistol on his leg. The satchel at his waist was also bulging with grenades. Slade landed not far from Thea. He got himself a motorcycle in a corner of the city. He saw Thea from afar and chased after her. "If you call me child again, I'll kill you. Do you believe me?" Thea said with a grin. Chapter 321. Slade was wearing a mask so his expression couldn't be seen. He knew that she was joking, but she was also serious. He immediately nodded, threw away the motorcycle, and followed her slowly to the city center. His idea was simple and smart. Now that the team had split up and entered the city, if they were unlucky and were surrounded, it would be very troublesome even with his extraordinary skills. Therefore, following this unknown person in yellow was a very wise choice. Thea could guess his thoughts. If he wanted to follow her, then so be it. Now that she was stronger, Thea didn't care so much about the so-called memory. Slade was a person with high qualities in all aspects and was very charming. If she could recruit him, he would be a very strong helper. Bang, bang. The sound of handguns and rifles rang out at the same time. Two gunmen jumped out from the front and left and opened fire at the two of them. Just as Slade was about to dodge, he saw Thea casually conjure two yellow shields, which easily blocked the bullets. The two gunmen were a little stunned. They wanted to take a closer look at what it was, but they met Thea's gaze. Now that she was more proficient in using fear, Thea could use the Eye of Horus to easily inject fear into the minds of others. This was not a spell. From a certain point of view, it was more like an instinct. If one were to look deeper, her eyes could now be called Horus's eyes of fear. The two gunmen collapsed to the ground. Slade didn't hesitate. He jumped up and easily finished them off with a slash. Your ability is really strange. You can affect people who see you? Slade asked, not knowing what was going on in his mind. They, including you, don't see me. They see the fear in their hearts. This was very pretentious, but Slade's worldview was very firm. He felt that this was too idealistic and mysterious. Is this an illusion? He was still trying to explain the mysterious thing about Thea with something he could understand. This is just the pure power of emotions. Illusions are relatively more powerful. This is not an illusion. As Sia spoke, she even demonstrated her high speed. The speed of the yellow light ring was the best among all the lights. Slade only saw a blur in front of his eyes. Sia had already gone back and forth several times. Between the two of them were 4 or 5 criminals in black and fully armed soldiers. Did this even take 2 seconds? Slade looked at them carefully. Yes, they were all enemies that the Sky's Eye Society wanted to eliminate. They were exactly the same as the 2 people he had just killed. Looking at you, you've been strengthened, right? Was it a body modification? Thea asked casually as she patted the dust off her hands. It's a human enhancement injection. Slade answered. It wasn't hard, but he wasn't going to tell her the details. So this guy injected with Miraculous? Did he leave Purgatory Island? Thea felt that her guess was almost correct. He was very egotistical, unlike Oliver, who was a saint. He wouldn't save people just because he saw them suffer. His moral character wasn't that high, because his departure meant that Oliver couldn't escape the fate of falling into Amanda's hands. The Owl Court spies in Hong Kong had also passed on some information. Their reports mentioned that 3 of the Sky's Eye Society's agents were fighting against American extremists in Hong Kong. The 3 of them were Thea's brother, Oliver, and the Yamashiro couple. It could be said that Slade and the Japanese woman named Katana met Oliver around the same time, but they didn't know each other. Fate was a strange thing. What are you laughing at? Do you think that my power is too weak? Slade thought that Thea was mocking him. No, you're too sensitive. I admire you. You have brains and courage. You know what you need. But you're a little narrow-minded. You only see this palm-sized place in front of you. You don't know how big the universe is or how many intelligent life forms there are. You only see Earth and the US dollars. Thea's words were blunt, but Slade ignored her sarcasm. He grasped the core of Thea's words. Outside Earth? Do aliens really exist? What do you think? Thea asked with a half-smile. The atmosphere between the two was a little dull. As Thea's power increased, she urgently needed to make her voice heard on the world level. She couldn't lose her identity as a hero on the surface, but she also needed some help in the dark to do things that were inconvenient for her. There were many internal conflicts in the Owl Court, and she could only control them remotely, so they were less and less helpful to Thea. She urgently needed some subordinates who could help her, but she also had to prevent these people from betraying her. The solution she thought of was the Yellow Lantern Corps. Thea wanted to recruit 10 subordinates, and 3 of them who were stronger would be directly accepted by the Yellow Lantern Corps. The current candidates were the Dead Man and Gertrude, and there was one more undecided. The remaining 7 people would be the guards and fighters on Earth. They would accept Diana's imitation of Thea's Yellow Lantern Ring. They would have some of the abilities of the original Yellow Lantern Ring, and they would be controlled by Thea. Among the 7 people, the first candidate was Death Knell Slade Wilson. Slade's martial arts were considered good among the people on Earth, but it was nothing in the eyes of Sinisto. On the other hand, Gertrude was much stronger. It was a long distance, 0 cooldown, and 0 consumption mind control. If one didn't take precautions in advance, not many people could withstand the mind control of a gorilla. Of course, this was just a plan. Thea needed absolute elites. If Death Knell was unwilling, she wouldn't force him. After all, there were too many candidates in this world, and in order to gain power, there were many people crying and begging for help. Slade didn't reject her invitation, but he didn't agree either. He needed to carefully weigh the pros and cons. Whoosh. A silver-white metal dart flew towards the 2 of them. Sia conjured a yellow shield to block the enemy's sneak attack. "It's Captain Boomerang. I'll deal with him," Slade said and chased after Captain Boomerang, who was preparing to escape after his sneak attack failed. This target was just right for him. He definitely couldn't beat 2 supernatural guys. Killer Crocodile was more than 3 meters tall and had immense strength, so he didn't want to waste his effort. Captain Boomerang was just an ordinary person who knew how to play darts. He just needed to bring his head back to report, and this mission would be considered completed. Slade left alone, and Thea continued to go deeper into the city center. Not long after, she heard continuous gunshots. She looked up and saw Archer of Death shooting at 7 or 8 gunmen, including Rick Flegg. This person was very good with guns. He was only one person, but his firepower was extremely strong. The high-powered silenced pistol on his wrist was firing fiercely. He even looked like he was suppressing a group of people. Thea took a few glances and didn't care. Chapter 322. The other battlefield was a battle between 2 ladies and a brainwashed killer crocodile. The ugly girl was very unlucky as she parachuted into the river in the city. Before she could understand what was going on, she was suddenly attacked by the killer crocodile. However, the ugly girl's skills were not bad. With some enhancements, she stuffed the killer crocodile's mouth with her bat and pulled the trigger with her pistol. The killer crocodile was much taller than when Thea first saw him. His atavism was even more obvious. It was impossible to tell that this guy used to be human. After being shot several times, he went crazy. He grabbed the ugly girl's arm and wanted to throw her to death. Fortunately, the Japanese woman, Katana, arrived at the critical moment. She used her skillful martial arts to save the ugly girl. The 2 of them supported the killer crocodile. Looks like they've all entered the battle. Am I the only one left? Thea muttered to herself as she flew up. She quickly approached the city center square. Unsurprisingly, the Charm Witch and the Vengeful Demon were there. "You again? The government's lackey." Seeing Thea again, the Charm Witch immediately recognized her from her aura. "It's a good blend. His American English is really good," Thea said playfully. She only had a quick glance when she rescued the minister last time. Now she had the time to take a closer look. The exact process was unknown, but the scene could still be guessed. Dr. Jean Mun's body couldn't withstand absolute 0, and the enchantress had magic power but no body. In their moment of despair, the 2 completed a deep level of fusion. This was a comprehensive fusion of mind, body, and soul, and there was no longer any distinction between them. It was probably because of this that Rick Flegg finally made the decision to tread the path of treason for his lover. It could be said that the original Dr. Joan Munn and the Charm Witch no longer existed. Now, standing in front of Thea was a new enemy with the personality of the Charm Witch. After regaining her body, the Charm Witch's spell-casting ability was finally restored. Moreover, with a body, she could continuously absorb new mana from her surroundings, no longer having less mana than before. However, in order to prevent Dr. Joan Munn's body from freezing to death, the Charm Witch had to cut off more than half of her magic power that was not compatible with Joan Munn's. Her current strength was less than 50% of her peak. Laugh all you want. You won't be able to laugh in a moment. The enchantress glared at Thea and turned back to continue her spell casting. Was this guy joking? Thea took a closer look. There were a large number of unconscious citizens piled up in front of the charm witch. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of people. The charm witch was chanting a language that Thea could not understand. Transparent tentacles were constantly reaching into the bodies of the citizens, bringing a large amount of blood back to the charm witch. It seems to be a spell to increase the potential of one's bloodline? Thea had never seen this spell before, but she could still see the principle behind it. It was similar to the process she used to purify Damien's blood and extract magic power from it. However, the charm witch didn't want to extract magic power. She wanted to improve her body's magic affinity through a large amount of blood infusion, purification, and acquired enhancement. Originally, Dr. Joan Munn had no physical fitness, and she used this bloody method to artificially create a magic physique. It must have been hard on her to go through so much trouble. Thea somewhat sympathized with her, but she still had to fight. Thea pulled out the frost gun and pulled the trigger at the charm witch. If she was a hero of justice, she would have shouted a few nonsense words like, "Put down your weapon and resist." But Thea did not have such a problem. The refrigerant and the ultra-low temperature reactor quickly operated, and a large amount of frozen gas was spewed out. "Stop her!" The charm witch shouted at Chatter Santana, the vengeful demon covered in tattoos. It was obvious that Chatter Santana was not brainwashed by her. His eyes were full of helplessness, but he still stepped forward. His hands were on fire, and he resisted Thea's frozen gas. His dark black flames were indeed extraordinary. For a moment, they were on par with the frozen gas. "I don't want to be your enemy. I just want to see my family again." Although the flames and the frozen gas were on par, Thea's was a technological weapon. She did not consume any of her own energy. Chatter Santana was using his own energy. Every bit of energy had to go through the circulation of his body. In less than a minute, the temperature of his flames was not as hot as before. "Stop resisting. We will help you. This guy is killing innocent people. Can't you see?" Thea did not know what the charm witch said to him. She was trying to pull him back to her side. Chatter Santana was not blind. Other than the fact that the charm witch was a little cleaner, it was no different from a blood sacrifice in the movies. "Think of your family that you killed. When I recover my power, I will let you see them again." The charm witch, who had regained her body, was not as quiet as before. Thea was talking about the morality of the masses, but she was talking about personal interests. Chatter Santana thought about it and finally made up his mind. He said to Thea, "Sorry, I have to stop you." "What a joke. Do you think you can stop me with the power of that low-level demon?" Thea raised her eyebrows. She believed the words of the 3 palace demons, but the nameless demon in Chatter Santana's body was not enough. "I will show you what a demon is." A former gangster and an African black witch who had been sealed for hundreds of years. Thea was ready to show them a real demon. The yellow light ring operated at full power. A large amount of fear was manifested by the yellow light ring. The square was shrouded in thick, dark yellow smoke. Both the charm witch and the vengeful demon focused their gazes on it. When the smoke dissipated, the first thing they saw was its demonic aura. It had a pair of curved horns that resembled a ram's, and its eyes were filled with a terrifying aura of fear. There seemed to be sulfur dripping from its mouth. With a wrist blade on its slender arms, the demon seemed to be very dissatisfied with the smoke. It pushed both of its hands to the sides, and the smoke instantly dissipated. The demon slowly walked out, its inverted hooves stomping on the ground. Its huge tail kept whipping around. It seemed to be very dissatisfied with the environment. Thea exclaimed softly. She wanted to manifest the muscular version of Diablo, but it seemed that because Thea was a woman, the slender female version of Diablo appeared instead. However, using fear to manifest the Dread Lord was a perfect match. She felt as if she could command her own arm. The two complemented each other, and Thea even felt that her understanding of fear had deepened again. This was incredible. Her understanding of fear was already unparalleled, and now it seemed to have gone further. How could she not be surprised? Chapter 323. Thea flew into the demon god's body. The two of them blended together as if they had always been one. She didn't need to be so tall to deal with these two guys. She compressed all her energy and used it to materialize the details. Every line and every muscle on the demon god's body was vivid and lifelike. The demon god's 10-meter-tall body took a step forward. The huge force caused the ground within a mile to tremble. Roar! The demon god seemed to be venting its satisfaction. It spread its arms and roared at the sky. Heat waves spread in all directions. The temperature in the square rose rapidly. The moisture in the air evaporated rapidly. Their noses twitched, and they could smell a large amount of burnt sulfur. Many unconscious citizens' hair curled up. What is this? The charm which only felt that the demon god was powerful. The demon god of vengeance, Chatter Santana, had a much deeper feeling. This was a high-level demon from hell. As for how powerful it was, it could be judged from the trembling demon in its body. You ungrateful thing! Who gave you the courage to play with fire in front of me? I'll let you see the real fire of hell. Thea's voice came out of the demon god's mouth. The originally beautiful and crisp voice sounded like it had been sawed by a saw. Every word was accompanied by a special noise. Fire tornado! The ferocious demon god crossed its arms and gathered a large amount of emotional energy. Thea, whose magic power had increased greatly, injected a large amount of fire and wind magic power into it. Injecting her magic power into the emotional energy was like throwing a match into a pot of oil. The two different magic powers caused the energy to become raging and uncontrollable instantly. The demon god opened its mouth and revealed a terrifying smile. It held the energy ball with one hand and threw it at the charm who couldn't move. As if to intimidate them, Thea didn't throw it very quickly. After the energy ball came into contact with the debris, it quickly expanded thousands of times and started to spin at high speed. The debris in the square was sucked into the center of the vortex, which increased the speed of the fire tornado's formation. In less than 3 seconds, a fiery red tornado that was 100 meters tall and more than 10 meters in diameter had already formed. As the number of objects increased, the centrifugal force increased. The tornado's diameter grew from 20 meters to 30 meters, as if there was no end to it, and it rushed towards the two of them. Stop her! Attack her! The charming witch was starting to lose her sense of propriety. She had mixed up the meaning of her words. Perhaps she didn't know what to do. The former gangster, Chatter Santana, was much calmer than her. He secretly despised the African antique. He suppressed the demon in his body that was trying to escape. At the same time, his eyes and mouth were burning. He shouted, and a 3-meter-tall flaming demon appeared. The demon clenched its fists and stood in front of the charm which, as if it wanted to take on the fire tornado with its own strength. Idiot! Thea snorted at his actions. She could tell that this guy had never studied the demon transformation at all just by looking at the energy that was leaking out of him. He wanted to rely on the body of a mortal to carry the power of hell? What a dream! If it was that simple, why did the ancient sorcerers study magic? They could just catch a demon and stuff it into their bodies. Not only could this guy not control the energy that was leaking out of his body, but he also wanted to use the demon transformation to resist the fire tornado. Thea didn't know what to say. Even Thea, the caster, couldn't control the fire tornado now, let alone him. The demon spells had always been like this. They never cared about the consequences, and only used as much power as they could. As for the destruction of the environment and other problems, it was not in their dictionary at all. The ignorant and fearless Chatter Santana was now standing bravely in front of the fiery red tornado that was hundreds of meters tall and had a diameter that he couldn't see the end of. At this moment, he suddenly realized a problem. His cultural knowledge had never taught him how to withstand a tornado. It was too late to go back and ask the teachers at school now. He could only stand firmly on the ground and muster up all the mana in his body to resist the tornado. Thea, who had conjured Diablo, saw this scene through the eyes of the demon god and almost laughed out loud. This guy was holding up the sky with both hands. No matter how she looked at it, it was stupid. Then, while she was gloating, Chatter Santana was instantly sucked into the tornado. Not only did he not stop the tornado, but his mana also increased the total energy of the tornado to a certain extent. Her external help was of no help at all. The enchantress was faced with a dilemma of two choices: to give up on the civilians on the ground or to resist the tornado head-on. She made the decision quickly. She chose to resist the tornado head-on. She used all the mana in her body to summon a black tornado. However, it turned in the opposite direction of Thea's tornado in an attempt to neutralize part of the wind speed. Then, she set up 3 10-meter-tall and 5-meter-thick earthen walls in front of the tornado. "Humph, look down on me. Let me show you something else." Thea did not know why the demon god did not teleport away. Instead, he chose to resist the tornado head-on. This was very illogical. Thea did not know whether this spell could only be used once, or she did not want to give up the blood essence that she had obtained. But she knew that if the demon god did not run away, she could use a more powerful spell. The conjured demon god took a deep breath and absorbed all the energy and emotions in the surrounding air. Countless energy gathered in his mouth. This time, Thea did not hesitate and added her light, dark, fire, and wind attributes into the spell. The demon god first absorbed the energy and leaned back. Then, he suddenly lunged forward and shot out the energy gathered in his mouth in a beam. Red and blue alternately flashed, and a thick lightning bolt more than 2 meters in diameter shot out. This time, the attack was so fast that the enchantress was caught off guard. The lightning breath was released later but arrived first. It surpassed the fire tornado and directly hit the earthen walls erected by the enchantress. This was a guided spell, not a hammer. Thea continued to control the conjured demon god to add new energy to the lightning breath. The lightning beam hit the earthen walls of the enchantress, and the first layer of the wall was instantly penetrated. The enchantress was shocked. She hurriedly poured her mana into the second wall, trying to stabilize the defensive line. However, Thea's total mana was stronger than her, and she also had the demon god to control it. One was a point of damage, and the other was an area of effect defense. There was no need to say which was better. The second wall only lasted for less than 10 seconds before it was penetrated again. The enchantress did not have time to be surprised, because Thea suddenly attacked again, trying to take her down in one blow. "I'll hold her off. You set up the defense." The one who roared was Chatter Santana, who had been swept up into the sky. The enchantress' reverse tornado had some effect. At least, the suction force had weakened a lot. Chatter finally broke free with great effort. As a grasshopper on a rope, he could see that the enchantress could not block it. He could only brace himself to take on Thea's lightning breath. Chapter 324. Facing the red and blue lightning beam from the demon god, Chatter didn't know if he could withstand it. However, he had a strength, or rather, a weakness, and that was his stubbornness. As long as he thought he was right, he would do anything regardless of anyone. He was like this when he was captured by the Sky's Eye Society, and now he was going to block Thea's lightning beam. The loss of demonic power every minute and every second had already made him feel exhausted. He knew that he only had the strength for this one attack. He clenched his fists, bent his knees, and mobilized all the hellfire in his body to rush towards the lightning beam. Bang! There was a loud noise. It was a bit of an exaggeration to say that Chatter blocked the lightning beam for more than a second. His hellfire only slowed down the speed of the lightning beam slightly. After that, it was his body that had to face the lightning breath directly. His palm and wrist were directly vaporized by the huge energy beam. Perhaps the demon in his body sensed the danger and controlled his body to move slightly to the side, saving his life. However, his right arm and shoulder were all blown away, leaving nothing behind. Chatter Santana didn't say a word and directly fainted. The demon in his body was also seriously injured and had to go into hibernation. Fortunately, his brave resistance did consume a lot of the lightning beam's energy, and at the same time, bought time for the charm witch to regroup. This time, she didn't block it directly. Instead, she opened a huge portal in the path of the lightning beam. A huge amount of lightning energy poured in. the charm which gritted her teeth to maintain the portal so that it wouldn't explode. After a full 5 seconds, the entire lightning beam was transferred away. As for where it was transferred to, she didn't have the time to think about it. The portal can be used like this. Thea had just started on the path of spatial teleportation. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but admire it. The demon's attack didn't matter. It could be released, but it couldn't be retracted. The lightning breath just now, she could only run, but she couldn't take it head-on. This attack consumed a lot of energy from the demon god. Its original height of 10 meters shrank by half, and it was now only 5 meters. Thea had consumed emotional energy, but she didn't consume much energy. The seductive which was not in such a good state. She had been maintaining the array beneath her and had been forced to activate the teleportation gate with all her strength. The backlash from the array and the intense consumption of magic power had greatly aggravated the hidden injuries in her body. After all, the original owner of this body, Dr. Jean Mun, did not have a magical constitution. Forcefully using magic like this would cause great damage to the original body. He originally looked like a white man in his 30s, but now he looked like he had aged 20 years. His face was full of wrinkles and his hair was dry and yellow. This was the result of the rejection between the magic power and his body. Suppress her. Thea ordered the materialized demon god in her mind. She pulled out her demon sword and flew to the unconscious Chad. He stabbed the sword down, but there was no reaction. He stabbed the sword again, but there was still no reaction. Could it be that this sword was ineffective against demons? Thea couldn't help but think this way. These guys who forged the demon swords were quite loyal. Didn't demons fight demons? Thea didn't believe it and stabbed the unconscious Chatter Santana twice more. Only when the unconscious Chatter Santana began to vomit blood did she finally confirm that this sword was ineffective against demons. This also proved why the resourceful ninja master didn't make any progress after holding this sword for hundreds of years. It was because the sword was ineffective against demons, but the ninja master could only come into contact with demons. Thea stopped being depressed. This guy on the ground couldn't do it, but the seductive witch in the distance could, right? She didn't enter the materialized body and diverted part of her mind to control it. She wanted to fight 2 against 1 and kill her quickly. Holding the 1.5-meter-long sword in one hand, Thea blessed herself with wind walk. She was as fast as lightning and closed the distance of less than 100 meters in an instant. She held the sword with both hands and slashed at the seductive witch's neck. The seductive witch kept summoning shadow creatures in an attempt to stop the materialized demon god. Some of them were shadow leopards and shadow snakes that Thea could summon herself. There were also many strange creatures that were obviously not from the material world. With a large number of summoned creatures, the seductive witch was able to stall the materialized demon god who had lost half of its strength and had lost Thea's core control. However, facing Thea who was rushing at her, the seductive witch didn't dare to be careless. She summoned 2 long swords from the void and blocked the seductive witch's magic sword. Ever since the battle with the ninja master, Thea had also experienced the power of dual wielding. She had a very aggressive personality and any combination of sword and shield didn't suit her. She changed to holding the sword with one hand and took out the frost gun from the space ring with her left hand. She sprayed it at the seductive witch. Damn! The seductive witch was too familiar with this gun. It could be said that without this gun, she could still hide in Joan Mun's body for a few years. She wouldn't have jumped out in such a hurry like now. She hated this gun, but hatred aside, she couldn't just shout and use magic power to kill the enemy. That was the privilege of the protagonist. She didn't have that ability. In the face of the surging cold air, she could use magic power to resist it for a while, but what about after that? After fusing with Joan Mun's soul, she also understood that this was a technological society. Joan Mun was an archaeologist. She had never seen a frost gun, but she still knew that this weapon consumed the energy of firearms. Using her own magic power to consume the energy of the opponent's technological weapon was a stupid thing to do. The fire tornado in the distance was slowed down by her magic. It wasn't as fast as before, but it was still slowly approaching. The seductive witch didn't have time to think about it. She had no choice but to cut off the connection between herself and the bloodline absorption circle and directly teleported to avoid the cold air. Thea pursued the seductive witch. With the frost gun in her left hand and the magic sword in her right hand, she slashed fiercely at the seductive witch. When she was close, she would slash with her sword. When she was far away, she would hit with her gun. Thea had the upper hand. But she wasn't happy. Instead, she was a little depressed. The magic sword could absorb the seductive witch's magic power. The first few slashes really scared the seductive witch. Her skills were at the level of a kindergarten compared to Thea. She could hit her twice in 3 moves. When the sword slashed her body, her HP and magic power would drop. No one could withstand it. But after Thea absorbed a little, she artificially released the magic power. This was because the magic power was not only different from her own magic power, but also had different characteristics. Although they were both of the dark attribute, there were too many impurities and it had a death aura. Although in order to obtain power, Thea was almost unrestrained, this kind of energy was too corrosive. If she absorbed too much of it, she would be like the seductive witch in the beginning. Her unkempt hair and dirty face were a vivid portrayal. She could play the role of a necromancer without makeup. Anyone who looked at her appearance would know that she was a villain. Thea didn't have to absorb this energy. If she didn't, she would die. Without thinking much, she directly expelled the energy from her body. Regretfully, she put away the magic sword and replaced it with the Godslayer. Chapter 325. She thought it would be a sumptuous meal, but it turned out to be poisoned. There was no need to mention how frustrated Sia was. She poured fire magic into the Godslayer and slashed at the charm witch. The enchanted witch did not know that she was being despised. She was surprised to see Thea put away her magic sword, but when she saw Thea pull out a fiery red longsword, she had no time to think. The two of them exchanged another 7 or 8 blows. The charm witch's martial arts were mediocre, but her teleportation truly lived up to its name. She no longer had to rely on her scattered magic power to teleport. Now that she had regained her body, she could teleport anywhere she saw with almost zero consumption of magic power. Clang! There was a loud noise. The demon god released a large ring of fire around himself and destroyed all the shadow creatures in one blow. He strode over to help the enchanted witch. The enchanted witch was no match for Thea, let alone this demon made of unknown materials. She hurriedly dodged Thea's sword, but she was met with the demon god's tail full of bone spikes. Slap! There was a crisp sound, and the huge force slapped her face out of shape. She was in midair, and her mind went blank. Thea took advantage of this rare opportunity to stab her in the back and out the front. The enchanted witch teleported 3 times in a row, dodging Thea's follow-up attack. She was half kneeling on the ground, her hands supporting her body as she vomited mouthfuls of black blood. She was not Ares, a parallax demon, who could use energy to heal her damaged body. She had never suffered such a serious injury in the past few hundred years. The fire magic attached to the Godslayer was also constantly eroding her body, destroying the magic circulation in her body. She covered her wound and stared at Thea with her green eyes. Just when Thea thought she was preparing for a big move, she saw the enchanted witch disappear in front of her like smoke. Teleportation again? Thea soon found that the enchanted witch did not appear around her. She had run away. She opened the Eye of Horus and followed the direction where the opponent's magic had disappeared. Soon, she found the figure of the enchantress 2 kilometers away. The injury from the previous sword strike was far more serious than she had imagined. The broken magic cycle had caused her to be unable to teleport. The enchantress was also aware of this problem. Although she did not have a long-range vision like the Eye of Horus, she was extremely sensitive to magic power. She could sense that Thea was searching for her. Looking at the battlefield around her, she saw that the Archer of Death and Rick Flegg were exchanging fire not far from her. Rick, who originally had 7 or 8 subordinates, was in great pain from the Archer of Death. Although they were also elite soldiers, the Archer of Death's marksmanship was far better than theirs. In less than 10 minutes of exchanging fire, 4 of his subordinates had already been killed. The remaining few, including Rick Flegg, were all struggling to hold on. The enchantress, who had entered the battlefield, quickly judged the situation and was about to teleport to kill the Archer of Death. After that, she could rely on these soldiers to slightly delay Thea's pursuit. After years of mercenary life, the Archer of Death had developed an amazing intuition. Although he did not see any danger, he still rolled forward in advance and dodged the enchantress who had teleported to his side. Realizing that he had been ambushed, he did not even look at who the attacker was. He raised his hands and fired wildly with the silenced pistol on his wrist at the target. The enchantress had finally found some pleasure in torturing noobs. Her heart was indescribably happy. Like a ghost, she flashed left and right around the Archer of Death. In less than 3 seconds, the Archer of Death had been hit twice, and the remaining one was blocked by his wrist guard. You must be very proud of bullying people who don't have magic. Thea finally caught up. Her spatial magic was only at the beginning. She did not care about teleporting others, but she felt that teleporting herself was too dangerous. When they were in the square, Thea saw that the fire tornado was getting closer and closer. Thousands of people were still unconscious in the square. She raised her hand and reversed the direction of the fire tornado, changing the direction of the fire tornado. This spell was very powerful and was very useful against enemies in a large area. However, it was not very effective against single enemies. She would have to use it carefully next time. Thea cancelled the spell and quickly caught up with the Archer of Death. Seeing that the enchantress's knife was only a few centimeters away from the Archer of Death's neck, she raised her hand and slapped it with the magician's hand. Now that her mana was several times stronger than before, this kind of low-level spell could be cast instantly. The invisible giant hand slammed into the Archer of Death's stomach and sent him flying 5 or 6 meters back. "Thank you. Can you use more force?" The Archer of Death clutched his stomach and staggered to get up. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Thea. This was different from the time when she dealt with the katana at the Ministry of Defense. At that time, Thea had held back. This time, she used it on the Archer of Death, which almost broke his intestines. "You're welcome." Thea took advantage of the situation and slashed down with her sword. The enchantress was about to teleport away, but Thea had already targeted her. She did not stop and shot the frost gun at her as if it was free. The enchantress was only halfway through her teleportation when her left hand was frozen. Thea's angle of attack was very tricky. The huge icicle connected her hand to the ground. The enchantress struggled twice but could not break free. Seeing that Thea's frost gun began to hum again, the enchantress knew that there was a problem before the gun could be used. However, this gap was very short, leaving her only a little more than a second to think. She made a prompt decision. She raised the long sword in her right hand and slashed at her left arm. Her left arm was cut off from the elbow. Fortunately, the blood in her veins was almost frozen, and the wound was very cold. Other than losing an arm, the damage was not great. The enchantress did not dare to look back. She chose to teleport. Damn, that's a lot of determination. Thea was a little impressed. The frost gun's cooldown was only 1 second. It was not easy to make such a decision in such a short time. After all, any damage to her body would be permanent. However, the enemy had escaped under her nose. She had to give chase. Just as she was about to fly away, Rick Flegg tied 4 or 5 grenades together and threw them at her like a madman. He hurriedly conjured a yellow protective shield and withstood the violent explosion. "You're courting death." Thea looked straight at Rick Flegg. This person had betrayed his country for his lover and now he did not even care about his life? There weren't many people who weren't afraid of her intimidating gaze. Rick Flegg was also human, so he was naturally afraid. However, it was unknown if it was because his heart was filled with the feelings he had imagined, but his strong love overcame a portion of his fear, and the rest was withstood by his willpower. Rick Flegg was extremely silent. He raised the M4A1 in his hand and fired at Thea with all his might. Then, he saw the person in yellow raise a finger, and a golden ray of light came closer and closer before his eyes. The yellow light penetrated his skin and skull like a sharp arrow. He did not know anything after that. After killing Rick Flegg in an instant, Thea raised her hand to help him finish off the remaining 2 soldiers who were still firing. She looked around and searched for the enchantress location. She directly rose into the air and chased after her, leaving the Archer of Death clutching his stomach on the ground. Chapter 326. Death Archer looked at Rick Flegg, who was lying on the ground with his eyes wide open, and sighed. This man had fought with him for a long time. Although his marksmanship was not as good as his mind was very flexible. He fought bravely despite being at a disadvantage. From a mercenary's point of view, he was a worthy opponent. But his excellent marksmanship, battle awareness, and flexible mind did not help him resist the enemy. In the face of the ridiculously strong man in yellow, the other party just moved his finger and turned him into a corpse. He did not even have the chance to use the skills that he had painstakingly trained. He died in a clean way. Sighing, he felt sorry for the opponent he respected, but Death Archer had seen countless people die in front of him in his life. He would not be swayed by such a small matter. He took out his phone and took a few photos to prove that he was the one who killed this person, so that he could go back and collect the money. He had the same thoughts as Death Nell, especially after seeing Thea's tyrannical strength. He was even more certain that he was just a bystander. Now that he had a battle record, he could go back and collect the money. Just as he was about to leave, he inadvertently saw the left arm that the charm which had cut off. The frost gun was very efficient. The broken arm in the ice was still emitting wisps of black gas, which were especially obvious in the transparent ice. Take it away. He had not decided whether to keep it as a trophy or hand it over to the Heaven's Eye Society, but it was not wrong to take it back. Not to mention how Death Archer took the broken arm out of the ice, Thea was desperately blocked by Rick Flegg, so this time it took her longer to catch up. Unfortunately, Rick Flegg's sacrifice did not have much meaning. The Charm Witch's strength was greatly reduced, and she could no longer maintain a high frequency of spatial teleportation. The distance she teleported was getting shorter and shorter, and the interval between teleportations was getting longer and longer. She consumed a lot of her physical strength and magic power. She knew that Thea was chasing after her, but she had to stop and rest every time she teleported. Damn it! The Charming Witch rested for less than 10 seconds before Thea caught up with her. The two of them fought and stopped. Thea was basically in perfect condition, but the other party was less than 30% of her peak condition. The more she witnessed it, the more secrets of the Charm Witch's teleportation were exposed. In Thea's eyes, although her spells were more inclined towards witchcraft and Thea's were magic, they were different paths to the same goal. She believed that after this battle, Thea's spatial magic would reach a new level. Who told you to run? Thea was no longer fighting her in close combat. Her teleportation ability was truly unpredictable. Fighting her in close combat was a waste of time. The Frost Spear's firing speed was not fast enough. The best weapon to deal with her was a divine longbow paired with light elemental magic arrows. Flying 20 meters above the ground, Thea drew her bow and shot an arrow as soon as she showed her head. At this moment, Thea was reminded of the time when she rode a skateboard across Gotham. Boom! Clang! The sound came one after another. The path they took seemed to have been bombed, and the ground was full of craters. Presumably, the city's reconstruction in the future would be another business for the Quinn Group. Damn rat, you're dead. Thea was very happy with her shooting. Suddenly, she realized a problem. Her opponent was now a woman who had done many evil things. It was completely in line with the teachings of the goddess of the hunt and the requirements of the arrow of vengeance. Unlike the last time when she was beaten up by Ares, she had to accumulate divine power to take revenge. This time, it was a one-sided beating. It was more likely that the charm which would take revenge on her. The ability to accumulate divine power could not be used. It was purely to fulfill the teachings of the goddess of the hunt and take revenge on the evil woman who lost her virginity. Hee. Thea took out the only 2 crimson arrows in her quiver. This arrow was half the length of an ordinary arrow and required the bow to be fully drawn. As long as the target was locked on, it would automatically track and hit the target. Ares was able to split half of his divine power to create a clone and deceive the divine arrow. You, an African native, can't do that, right? When the bowstring was fully drawn, Thea used the Eye of Horus to lock on to the charm who was about to escape the city. She pointed the bow at the sky and silently recited the goddess' prayer. The face of the charm which appeared in her mind. It's her, she must die. As this thought came to her mind, the arrow of vengeance seemed to sense her strong desire to fight. The originally ordinary arrow shaft was surrounded by a cloud of red mist, and countless profound runes appeared on the arrowhead. Thea just glanced at it and stopped looking. This knowledge was not something she could grasp at the moment. This was the same as the arrow and Diana's lasso of truth. It was a creation of laws above divine power and could not be replicated. Thea roared and released the bowstring with her right hand. The crimson arrow drew a beautiful arc and shot into the distance. The air, the earth, and the river seemed to resonate with the word, die. All intelligent creatures, including birds, beasts, and insects, received the warning in their hearts. The weak ones crawled on the ground, while the strong ones looked around nervously. The entire city fell into a temporary silence under the power of the arrow. What the hell? As the strongest intelligent creature in the city, other than Thea, the charm which was more sensitive to the arrow because the arrow was aimed at her. The silent chill and pure murderous intent mixed together and rushed in the direction of the charm witch. It was clearly a cold and murderous intent, but she did not feel evil here. There was only a simple meaning, I want to kill you, so you must die. The charm witch no longer cared about her injuries. She used her life to teleport several times in a row, trying to avoid the arrow. However, the arrow could also teleport. The distance between the two was rapidly shrinking. The charm witch only felt that she had never been in such a dangerous situation in hundreds of years. This killing intent was unrestrained. It only wanted the target to die, no matter where the target ran to. I won't die. I still have a way. The charm witch spat out an ugly scarecrow from her mouth. The scarecrow was black and looked exactly the same as when Thea first met her. The charm witch reached out and dug out one of her eyes, slapped it into the scarecrow's body, and spat a few mouthfuls of black blood on it. She opened a long-distance portal and threw the scarecrow into it. After that, she stared at the arrow nervously. However, she was disappointed. Ares's divine power could deceive the arrow of vengeance, but the level of her witchcraft was much lower. Dolls could usually avoid some fatal attacks, but today she was not facing magic or divine power, but the power of rules of a higher level. Only the natural order could go against the natural order. The crimson arrow did not know mercy or sympathy. It was the judge and the ultimate executor. Bang! All the intelligent creatures heard the sound of a hammer smashing glass. The enchantress used her body to illustrate the teachings of the goddess of the hunt. The arrow pierced through her chest, but there was no blood or organs in the wound. It was as if the wound was made of air. The charm which blankly covered her wound, but she touched nothing. Her body was rapidly dissipating. Chapter 327. My body. The charming witch wanted to say something, but her body dissipated too quickly. In the blink of an eye, half of her body seemed to have been erased out of thin air. Her mouth made a whimpering sound. She no longer had any vocal organs. She knew that resistance was meaningless, but her life instinct still made her gather the remaining magic to resist this kind of destruction on the level of the rules. But all of this was futile. Before the ink-black magic touched the nothingness, the charming witch felt her sense of touch, hearing, and vision being rapidly stripped away. The cold, killing intent had already reached her head. Her soul was unwilling to die just like that. She desperately sent out waves of soul fluctuations, but in the face of the powerful rules, everything was so powerless. When she made up her mind to self-destruct her mana, at least to leave something in this world that could prove that she had been here, her dark elemental mana began to flip and boil, but it was already too late. The power of the natural order swept across, and whatever mana or soul, everything disappeared in the face of the natural order. The earth-shattering explosion did not happen, and the vicious curse before death did not shout out. The charming witch was killed by the arrow of vengeance. Huff! Thea did not feel good shooting this arrow. Revenge required a price, and it also required the strength to match it. It was impossible for a child of a few years old to stab Hera to death with the arrow of vengeance. Artemis was not that powerful. Artifacts were weapons used by gods, and the lowered standard also meant that there was a price to pay for using them. If it were not for the recent increase in her magic power, this arrow would have absorbed her life force. The instant withdrawal of 70% of her magic power, even if her body had been transformed by divine power, was a little difficult to bear. She rested for a while on the spot before she could catch her breath. She flew to the place where the charming witch died and searched the place. This arrow of vengeance was really powerful. There was not even a trace of the witch left. She died so cleanly that there was no trace of her existence. After shooting the arrow of vengeance, Thea did not continue to maintain the Eye of Horus due to the intense magic consumption. She did not see the scene of the charm witch releasing the doll. She rested for a while until she recovered half of her combat power and then rushed to the other two battlefields. Death Knell and Captain Boomerang's battle was slightly closer to each other. By the time Thea arrived, the battle had already ended. Death Knell's strength was already higher than Captain Boomerang's, and with Captain Boomerang's mind control, he couldn't unleash his full strength. He was constantly being suppressed. Just as Death Knell's longsword was about to cut his neck, the charming witch died, and Captain Boomerang's mind control was released. In the face of Death Knell's fatal blow, the Australian unleashed all of his potential at the critical moment, throwing out his last boomerang before he died. Slade was shocked, but he was helpless as the distance between the two was too close. Even though he was stronger than his opponent, it was useless. He could only tilt his head slightly to avoid the boomerang. The boomerang cut a wound of more than 10 centimeters from his cheekbone to his eye and forehead. The wound was so deep that the bone could be seen, and his right eye was blinded. However, Death Knell was also a ruthless person. Even though he was seriously injured, the long sword in his hand did not stop, and he cut off Captain Boomerang's neck. This Australian, who was still somewhat famous in the original timeline, died under Death Knell's sword before he became famous. When Thea arrived, she saw this scene. In the blink of an eye, one was dead and one was injured. Captain Boomerang had lost his life. Death Knell did not know about the mind control. He only felt that he had been suppressing his opponent. However, due to his carelessness, his opponent counterattacked before he died, blinding him in one eye. This made him extremely angry. "I'll help you stabilize your injuries first," Thea said as a white light flashed between her fingers, and the bleeding from Slade's wound slowed down significantly. "You rest first, I'll go to the other battlefield." Of course, Thea could heal him. It was just a matter of regrowing a broken limb. However, this was not the right place, nor was the right time. If the other party was not loyal, there was no need for her to waste her magic power. Slade did not utter a word. He sat on Captain Boomerang's corpse and lowered his head in deep thought. As for what he was thinking, no one knew. The clown woman and the katana fought Killer Crocodile together. The battle situation was not out of Thea's expectations. The two women's strength was not bad. Taking advantage of the charm witch's death, the mind control disappeared, and Killer Crocodile was stunned. The two women attacked fiercely. Thea rushed to the battlefield and saw the katana piercing Killer Crocodile's upper jaw and out of his lower jaw, firmly nailing his mouth to the ground. Then, taking advantage of his violent struggle, the clown woman raised her baseball bat and smashed Killer Crocodile's head. The crazy clown woman only stopped attacking when the specially made baseball bat broke. Killer Crocodile's breathing was weak and he fell into a severe coma. Just as Katana was about to give him another fatal blow, Amanda finally arrived. "Stop!" As her direct subordinate, Katana was very obedient. She withdrew her katana upon hearing her command, and Killer Crocodile's life was saved. Have the two enemies been dealt with? Thea slowly landed on the ground. Amanda immediately asked. As soon as Thea said no, she would immediately run. Fortunately, Thea did not disappoint her. They've been dealt with. The one with fire is most likely still breathing. As for the charm witch, she has been completely destroyed. Amanda was very happy that the matter had been resolved perfectly. She immediately ordered her subordinates to clean up the battlefield. Using the excuse of asking about the battle situation, she stopped Thea, a powerful fighter, from leaving. The bodies of the targets were carried out. Captain Boomerang and Rick Fleg's bodies were cold. Amanda sighed at Rick Fleg. She was not sad about his death. She felt sorry for the time she had wasted on Rick Fleg. In order to train a qualified subordinate, she had put in a lot of effort. Now that years of effort had turned into a cold corpse, she still felt sad for a second. What's this? A second later, she was attracted by the thing wrapped in Death Shooter's clothes. Their main force had entered too quickly. Death Shooter had just taken his arm out of the ice. There was no way he could hide it, so he had no choice but to hand it over. That witch's arm. It just seems a little dry. I think it's loss of water? Death Shooter held the thing that looked like a hand bone wrapped in a layer of human skin and explained to Amanda. Amanda did not listen to his explanation. She automatically looked at Thea, the occult expert. Thea used her mental power to feel for a bit. There was still a trace of energy left in the arm, but because the charm witch's soul had been destroyed, the magic on the arm dissipated very quickly. This is the charm witch's arm. Since her soul has been destroyed, this arm is useless. Take it back and destroy it, Thea said casually. Amanda thought of something and nodded. She ordered her subordinates to take out a box and put the arm inside. Chapter 328. Thea looked at the scene coldly and didn't stop them. The Sky's Eye Society had a habit of collecting mysterious items everywhere. They had a secret room deep underground called the Black Room. It contained all the supernatural items that could be found in the world, such as the Sun God's orb, the Spear of Fate, and even Pandora's box that would cause a great war in the future. There were so many good things in there that it was comparable to the treasures of the gods. Although Thea wanted to take a look, the Black Room was heavily guarded. In the past 100 years, mystics had been recruited by the government to add protective spells and barriers. She didn't want to set foot in there unless she was fully prepared. Following the corpse was Chatter Santana, who was on his last breath. Half of his body had been burnt to a crisp by the lightning breath. Amanda frowned at the sight. Was there any value in saving such a person? Fortunately, the Sky's Eye Society had always been extravagant. Although the unconscious Chatter Santana didn't hold Amanda's hand, he still wanted to be treated. Amanda made a decision. No matter what, she had to save him first. She instructed her subordinates to bandage him first before sending him back for treatment. She transferred money to Death Knell and Death Archer. Both of them were mercenaries. Death Knell was missing an eye, while Death Archer offered the remains of his arm. Amanda compensated them with a portion of the originally agreed-upon price. They left first. Thea waited for a while and left after seeing that there was nothing else for her to do. Not long after she left, Lara reported to Amanda with a tablet. "Sir, the central square of the city is severely damaged. There are traces of a tornado at the scene. The tornado kept moving from the city center to the northwest corner before finally leaving the city and dissipating. From the square and the tracks along the way, we found more than 1,100 corpses. There are also thousands of people who are unconscious. We can't calculate the number of missing persons at the moment. There are no losses." Amanda waved her hand lightly, indicating that she understood. There were no missiles that bombed the White House or the Pentagon. The citizens' losses were within an acceptable range. Those with corpses would be sent to the city government to express their condolences. Those without corpses would be treated as missing persons. The federal government would send a spokesperson to perform, and the flags would be lowered to half-mast in silence. "Record it. Tell the media that the city's gas pipeline exploded. Isn't there a trace of a tornado? Tell them that the pipeline exploded. That's the truth." Lara recorded silently. She was already used to this kind of life. The female soldier who had fought for the country in Afghanistan had long disappeared. In a market in Massachusetts. 10 minutes ago, many people saw a dark blue door of light. Then a straw doll fell out of the door. The agent said that the doll looked very similar to the enchanted witch. "Our people are looking for it in the area." Witnesses said that it was taken by a gang. Lara showed the image on the tablet and showed it to Amanda. The image was very blurry, and it was indeed taken in a hurry. The camera was very shaky, but Amanda's attention was immediately captured. "Is this guy not dead?" Thea said that her soul was destroyed. Lara remained silent. These mysterious things were very different from her worldview. Let's get it first. We'll just wipe out the gang and deal with it according to Article 5 of the Supernatural Affairs Management Ordinance. How's the search of the cave where Dr. Jean Mun fell? We've searched ancient documents and found the key item. It's a green heart. But 10 minutes ago, the person in charge told me that the heart's original vitality was rapidly draining. Now it's as stiff as a rock. Lara stood straight and reported meticulously. Amanda didn't comment. Collect them all. This arm, the straw doll, and the heart. Send them back to the headquarters for testing. If there's no sign of life, seal them in the dark room. Understood. Search for traces of Bronze Tiger. The X team needs a new leader. Go and do it. I'll leave this to you. I'll go back to Washington. After saying that, Amanda left the scene with a few guards. She had just received news that Steve Trevor was really lucky. He had actually escaped under the noses of more than 30 elite criminal soldiers. Amanda wanted to return to the Department of Defense first and do her best to defame him in front of a few generals with real power. Leaving aside Amanda, who was scheming against Steve, Sia left the people of the Society of the Heavenly Eye and came to a house according to some signs. She pushed the door open and entered. Slade, whose right eye was still bleeding, was waiting for her. He had gauze wrapped around his right eye and was still bleeding. So, have you thought it through? I can give you power and your lost eye. Thea went straight to the point. You can hire me to do things. Slade still didn't want to lose his autonomy. The dependent nature of loyalty was too strong, and he didn't like to use it. Of course I can hire you. Thea paused. Slade's left eye glowed, but Thea's next words made his eyes flicker. Once you get my power, you'll automatically be loyal to me. This has nothing to do with your subjective behavior. It's the effect of magic. If you think it's a hire, I don't care. It's just a change of words. Thea chuckled. Her laughter was like a demon that bewitched mortals. One was power and the other was freedom. Which was more important? Slade's forehead was sweating a little. Thea had a lot of things to do at home. She didn't want to waste time with him. She flicked her finger, and a fake yellow light ring fell on the table. This ring is the source of power. I'll give it to you now. If you don't wear it, it'll come back to me in 3 days. Take your time to think about it. After that, Thea disappeared from the room like a puff of smoke, leaving Slade with a solemn expression. Why did she leave just like that? You could have at least persuaded me a little more. Slade stood alone at the corner of the table, looking at the yellow ring. He reached out his hands several times to grab it, but gave up. This kind of invisible psychological pressure was more testing than Thea's persuasion. At least there was no need for him to kneel in front of her face. It made him unconsciously lean toward power. Should he wear it or not? Slade was like a donkey grinding a mill. He walked in circles around the small round table, thinking. Images kept flashing in his mind. There were images of him flying freely, and there were images of him beating up his enemies. In short, each had its own advantages. He couldn't make up his mind at the moment. He took out a bottle of hard liquor from the kitchen, trying to calm himself down. However, the more he drank, the more depressed he became. In a fit of anger, he fell asleep. The man who usually slept soundly amidst the roar of guns and cannons found himself not sleepy at all after lying down for 10 minutes. His blinded right eye was burning with pain. He couldn't fall asleep at all. So what if I die? Come on. He reached out with his thick arm, grabbed the ring, and put it on his right middle finger in a very barbaric manner. Endless amounts of emotional power surged into his heart. Slade Wilson didn't even grunt as he fainted to the ground. Chapter 329. Thea, who had flown a short distance away, naturally felt a magical message. Richard put on the ring and softly chanted a spell to activate the limb recovery spell stored in his ring. With the power of the lamp ring, his eyes would quickly recover, and at the same time, his strength, speed, and endurance would be greatly improved. The lamp ring did not have the ability to materialize, but the emotional power was very compatible with his body and gave him a new ability. As for what it was, he would only know when he woke up. Not long after returning to Star City, Thea gave orders to her subordinates to invest in the Red House laboratory. After some capital maneuvering, a large amount of money was hidden from the board of directors. In the end, the investment was made in the name of a subsidiary company of the group. This was to prevent Lex Luthor and Bruce Wayne from discovering any clues. The group's daily financial transactions were huge. No matter how high their IQ was, they were not God. Xia was also a director of these two groups, and the two groups were also using their funds without her knowledge. She couldn't find out about the other party's fund flow, and similarly, the other party couldn't find out about her. This was a very ridiculous rule of the game. The investment did not mean that the money would be transferred immediately. The preliminary research was still needed. The incident at the Central City's top laboratory was just a few days ago, so Thea could not leave. Moreover, as the chairman of the board, she could not personally go to the non-famous laboratory. Sending a vice president showed that she cared a lot. Remember, to look more, talk less, and write down all the valuable things. Thea whispered. Don't worry. The vice president she sent was Miss Felicity Smoker. When the genius hacker heard that she was going to see the alien technology, she was so excited that she did not sleep the whole night. Although she had 2 big dark circles under her eyes, she was still very energetic. Thea was not worried about her. Felicity looked unreliable, but she was actually very smart. When the original space-time Ray Palmer disappeared, she had already stabilized the top management of the Palmer Group. If it were not for Green Arrow's nonsense, she would have been the chairman for a long time. The research team was led by Felicity. It wasn't a large team with only a dozen people. Most of them were legal and financial professionals. Only Felicity, Dr. Hoffman, the former head of product research and development, and Cisco Ramon, who was wearing the Quinn Group's uniform and pretending to be the head of the applied science department, entered the laboratory. Thea was afraid that Felicity wouldn't be able to do much on her own, so she pulled Psyker over and asked him to take a few days off in the Central City. He was considered a non-staff member and could help come up with ideas. Just like Felicity, he was also excited the whole night when he heard that they were going to see alien technology. Psyker, who usually stayed in the Central City and didn't go anywhere, rushed to Star City when he received Thea's call. Sitting on the Quinn Corporation's commercial plane, Cisco Ramon was still very excited. He wanted to find someone to talk to and ease his nerves. He glanced at the solemn Dr. Hoffman beside him. The old man had a straight face, as though he was about to complete some important revolutionary task. Cisco shrunk his neck and didn't dare speak to him. The rest of the businessmen obviously didn't have anything in common with him. He could only look for Felicity, who was trying her best to touch up her makeup to hide the 2 big dark circles under her eyes. She looked like a flower vase. At first, Cisco thought that she didn't have any real talent, but after a few words, he was shocked. Felicity was definitely not as good as him in mechanical engineering, but he was also far behind her in computer technology. Are all the women in Star City this good? Cisco, who was a nerd, didn't talk much with women. At first, he was a little nervous, but he soon realized that Felicity's personality was very similar to his. She was a nerd. Other than being pretty and focusing on different research topics, there was no difference between them. Psyker finally found a soulmate, and the 2 of them chatted about everything under the sun. By the time they got off the plane, they were already good friends. Welcome to Detroit. On behalf of Dr. Silas Stone, I welcome you. The receptionist was a 17-year-old black-haired girl named Sarah Charles. When asked about her specific position, she said that she was an intern, which made the businessmen very unhappy. Are you kidding me? We're here to give you money, and you're sending an intern to receive us? Knowing that this wouldn't be an easy trip, Sia had given Felicity a heads-up beforehand. Sarah Stone welcomed investment, but he was completely against entering his laboratory. However, he couldn't do anything about it, and the generals didn't allow him to reject them at all. Felicity put away the nerd vibe on the plane, and her aura changed completely. Cisco Ramon almost thought that she was a different person. Having been the vice president of Quinn Enterprises for several years, Felicity was good at dealing with people. In just a few words, she got a lot of information from the 17-year-old intern. Dr. Silas Stone was an expert in technology, but his emotional intelligence was very poor. He racked his brains for a long time to come up with a plan to deal with the people from Star City. He hoped that they would leave in a fit of anger, but how could that be possible? Not to mention her friendship with Thea, the alien technology was right in front of her, and Felicity had to squeeze her head in to take a look. When she saw the person in charge of the laboratory, Dr. Silas Stone, although the doctor's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, the former super hacker and current vice president, Miss Smock, used all her skills to ignore the other party's expression and talked about the beautiful prospects of the cooperation between the two parties. Dr. Stone was depressed. Felicity was a young girl, and she would do anything to act cute. He really couldn't chase her out. Miss Smock, I think? Can you understand the direction of my research? Is there really room for us to cooperate? Felicity looked around, trying to find something to prove herself. Huh. She saw the system that Dr. Stone was operating, and her eyes lit up. Can I try this? Dr. Stone thought that she was curious about the system in his laboratory, so he silently handed the control panel to her. But in less than 3 minutes, he was dumbfounded. Felicity was extremely focused, and her eyes were shining. Her hands were flying on the control panel. There's a loophole here. This algorithm is wrong. It should be like this. T, how can you ignore such a big bug? Felicity entered her field of expertise and instantly became a person again. Only her tapping could be heard in the laboratory. What the hell is the name of your system? Maze system? Heh, I think it's more like a broken system. Everyone in the laboratory stopped what they were doing because Felicity had obtained the administrator's authority and kicked them out. The group of people looked at her speechlessly. Who is this person? Chapter 330. A bunch of people are waiting for Dr. Stone to make a decision. Should we chase them out or wait? Dr. Stone didn't have a high EQ, but he was quite quick-witted. Since his laboratory wasn't connected to the internet and this young woman seemed to be a computer expert who was helping him fix the loopholes, he would be a fool if he didn't take advantage of her. He remained silent and waited to see what Felicity would do. In order to show her strength, Felicity didn't just focus on debugging. She connected the image to the biggest screen and pointed out every problem she found. What was wrong and how to fix it. The lab interns had a master's degree from a famous university at least. Even if they weren't good at computers, they could understand 40 to 50% of it after listening to her explanation. What a talent! Miss Smokey, are you interested in working in our laboratory? Dr. Stone was also a person who knew what was good for him, so he said happily. Am I crazy? Why would I give up my position as the vice president and come here to be an ordinary researcher? Felicity laughed evilly. Aren't we here to talk about cooperation today? Dr. Stone came back to his senses. Yes, she is the vice president and she is here to lead a team for cooperation. I am too lazy to poach her. She is worthy of respect if she has real talent. Dr. Stone was afraid of meeting people who pretended to know and gave orders blindly. He was no longer as resistant to cooperation as before. All right, I will bring you to the laboratory for a tour. How many of you are going? Felicity pointed at herself, Dr. Hoffman, and Psycher, indicating that there were 3 of them. Dr. Stone looked at Felicity in a new light. Since she was the leader, there was no problem. Although Dr. Hoffman wasn't familiar with her, the 2 of them knew each other. After all, there were many doctors in the country and there were only a few who did scientific research. They more or less knew each other. This person was fine, but Psycher Ramon, Dr. Stone couldn't help but size up the ordinary-looking Psycher. He was short, had a big round face, greasy long hair, and had obvious Latino features. Is this guy a scientist too? He looks similar to those Mexican gangsters. Suppressing his displeasure, he brought the 3 of them into the laboratory. The exterior was filled with more in-depth technological products. The thing inside was the real core, or rather, it was something that couldn't be cracked with current technology. What is this? Some kind of stabilizer? Life wavelength detector? It seems to be set at the same frequency as humans. Is this a strong magnetic rotating core? The rotating particles are in the opposite direction to the kinetic energy, which means the few of them had not walked far when Psycher could not hold it in anymore. Every item in the room was attracting his attention. Initially, Professor Stone had a stern expression on his face, so he did not dare to speak. But now, he could not hold it in any longer. Every time they walked past a piece of equipment, he would yell excitedly. Dr. Stone was shocked. This ordinary-looking guy was also a great talent. Even though Psyker was wrong about many things, he was able to recognize the uses of many things with a single glance. This person's attainment in mechanical engineering was definitely worthy of the word extraordinary. Cooperate now, cooperate immediately, Dr. Stone thought. Thea left the investigation team to Felicity and didn't care about the follow-up. After a night of modification, Death Knell finally woke up. Thea's yellow ring could control his movements at any time, so naturally, she also received information about his new ability. This ability could be said to be very suitable for Death Knell's fighting style. Slade wasn't a pure martial artist. The reason he fought was for money and to complete missions. Even though his swordsmanship was unparalleled in this world, he wasn't restricted to cold weapons. When he was fighting with swords and sabers, he often pulled out his pistol to shoot back at them. Now that the lamp rings modification had given him an invisible arm, the original single blade and pistol battle tactic could be changed to a double blade and pistol battle tactic, or a single blade and pistol battle tactic. He could also pull out a gun when no one was paying attention. It could be said that Death Knell's fighting style was becoming more and more strange and flexible. Other than that, he also obtained the flying ability that Richard envied. It was just that the speed was not fast and it consumed a lot of stamina. But Death Knell was still overjoyed. He did not know that Thea could see him, so he floated in the room for a long time. Does that guy in yellow really have the means to restrain me? If I run away, will he be able to find me? As soon as this thought appeared, the effect of the suggestion spell was activated. A bunch of emotions such as guilt, honesty, guilt, self-blame emerged. He even recalled the mercenary code of honor. The power of the spell was slowly breaking down his mental defenses. After a while, he automatically felt that there was nothing wrong with working for Thea. The thought of running away and not letting the other party find him seemed to have never existed. What do you need me to do? His yellow ring had the ability to communicate with Thea. He had made up his mind to pledge his loyalty, but his tone was still stiff. This was caused by his personality and had nothing to do with the suggestion spell. Thea had never revealed her real identity in front of him and did not care about his attitude. It was fine as long as he did his job well. Two things, one is slow and the other is urgent. The slow one is that you go to the metropolis and establish a mercenary group in your name. I need elites. Of course, it would be better if there are people with psychic powers. I will transfer the money to you later. Under the influence of the suggestion spell, the stingy Richard was very happy when he heard that there was no need to spend his money and that there was even a large sum of money going through his hands. He agreed without hesitation. The other is urgent. There is a very small island in the Sea of Hawaii. The natives on the island worship the shark god Kamal. I need you to find this island and send me the exact information. Remember not to leak it. Thea's magic power had reached a bottleneck. Simply increasing her magic power would not cause a qualitative change. She needed to add new attributes to increase the water storage capacity of her wooden barrel. The 4 attributes of light, darkness, fire, and wind were not enough. She needed to add water and earth attributes to her magic structure. Absorbing the attributes of the gods was the most convenient and fast way to transform the body. The talisman of Isis only provided pure magic power with no attributes. Previously, Horus's main attribute was wind, while Ares's main attribute was fire, so it did not bring any changes to the nature of her magic power. There were actually many gods with water attributes, but there were many powerful ones. Thea could not defeat any of them. After repeatedly checking her memory, she finally found Kamal, who was still bullying the natives in Hawaii. The shark god Kamal was the father of the Shark King. He was an old god. Perhaps only a few villages on the island worshipped him. This guy could be said to be the weakest god in the Age of Gods. The most important thing was that this guy was still alive and kicking on Earth. He was so bored that he would eat a few virgin boys and girls. Using the Eye of Horus to search would definitely be fast, but considering that the other party was still a god, using the Eye of God could easily expose her. It was better to be safe and let Death Knell investigate. In the original space-time, Avatar took him down with the death of a dozen agents. Thea had no idea what abilities this god had. After thinking about it repeatedly, she felt that her combat power should be stronger than that of the agents. When the time came, it would be no problem to take him down with her subordinates. Chapter 331. Indigenous Gods? Slade got this information from the ring. Yesterday, he would not have believed these strange things, but now he believed them all. He could fly, so it was not a big deal to have a dozen more gods. As long as he paid the money, he would even dare to stab the gods. This task was not difficult, so he agreed immediately. After ending the call with Slade, Thea returned to the management company and paid attention to the daily life of Grud. The original baby gorilla, Gertrude, had undergone several brutal military experiments and had shown some signs of abnormality. Caitlin Snow and Ronnie Raymond had recently gotten along very well. It had only been less than a month since they started holding hands and living together. Although she was distracted by their relationship, as the direct caretaker of these animals, she still noticed the abnormality and reported it to her superiors. Reverse Lightning, who was disguised as Dr. Harrison Wales, had been observing Grud's situation for 3 consecutive days. Thea knew that her chance was coming soon. General Wade Allen was in charge of the guerrilla project. Although he was a general in name, he was actually just a brigadier general. No one in the Ministry of Defense told him anything, so he did not know the real strength of Thea. At first, he was curious about why a billionaire came here, but later he found nothing wrong with it, so he let it go. At this time, he was having a fierce argument with Reverse Lightning. "Harrison, we have an agreement. Do you want to disobey the orders of the Ministry of Defense? You know, your research funds are in our hands." General Wade Allen fully interpreted the standard image of a bad guy. His big face was full of haze, rigidity, and inhumanity. As for Reverse Lightning, who was originally a transmigrator, after 15 years of training in this timeline, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his acting skills had reached the pinnacle. At this moment, his acting skills were completely unleashed. His elegant face was somewhat distorted due to his anger, but it didn't make people feel that he was evil. Instead, that awe-inspiring and righteous look of his was intangibly convincing. "Shut up. I will never allow you to carry out cruel animal experiments again. Wade Allen, you are blaspheming science and trampling on humanity." At this time, Reverse Lightning was so angry that he slammed the table and roared loudly. Outsiders who did not know about this would think that he had never known about this experiment. Wade Allen did not know about his tricks. He did not know about Grud's special case. It was just that his subordinates reported to him that there were fluctuations in the experimental data, which led to today's trip to the cutting-edge laboratory. Now that he saw that Reverse Lightning was not cooperating, he was too lazy to talk nonsense. He waved his hand and ordered the soldiers to take all the experimental subjects back to slowly study. "How dare you!" Reverse Lightning reached out to pull those soldiers, wholeheartedly acting out the drama of a powerless intellectual fighting against the brutal soldiers. The big-headed soldiers did not dare to be rough with him. They each took one arm and held him down, not allowing him to move. "Let me go. You heartless bastards." If he still had his lightning speed, not to mention 2 people, even 2,000 people could not stop him. But now, even if he still had his lightning speed, he could not expose it in front of everyone. Noticing that many people in the laboratory were focused on him, he acted more and more vigorously, shouting until his voice became hoarse. "The old guy's acting is so good. TSK. Thea sighed. She had nothing to do, so she naturally followed the crowd to watch the show. The old guy played the role of a scholar with a conscience so perfectly that even he himself believed it. General Wade Allen led the soldiers to the side of the laboratory and ordered them to go in and take all the experimental animals away. The soldiers were very efficient. They went in as a whole, but not long after, dense gunshots were heard from inside. "What's going on?" General Wade Allen immediately found a place to hide and ordered his adjutant to check the situation. The adjutant's entry did not change the chaotic situation. When the researchers outside were discussing what was going on, they heard a loud bang. A grenade blew a big hole in the northwest corner of the farm. The soldiers and guerrillas ran out in a mess. What's going on? Wade Aylin was dumbfounded. Only Thea was secretly laughing. Reverse Lightning was also a genius. He actually used hypnosis to input information similar to a friend and father into Gruder's subconscious. In order not to alarm him, Thea did not erase this information. He was also the one who secretly sent the signal to Gruder to control the soldiers to create chaos. 'Cause the more chaos the better. Thea had already summoned her doppelganger to create alibis. Now the doppelganger was chatting with Caitlin, Ronnie, and a large group of people. She put on the invisibility spell and came to a corridor in the laboratory. She released her psychic power and scanned carefully. Soon she found a clue. It's here. She put Reverse Lightning's fingerprints on the 5 fingers of her right hand, aimed at the blank space on the wall, and instantly a secret door opened. Miss Thea Quinn, you do not have permission to enter this place. At this time, a light blue head was projected in the laboratory. It was the artificial intelligence Gideon. It was similar to the image Thea saw on the Waverider that day, but its tone was very rigid and mechanical. The permission it referred to was of course the permission to enter the laboratory at this time and place. Thea smiled and said, Gideon, long time no see. You're mistaken. I have permission. She said a long string of passwords. It was the original login password that she obtained at the Council of the Time Masters that day. Gideon seemed to be in a crash. Thea stared at it nervously. After 3 minutes, a more mechanical voice came out. Please complete the permission record. The fingerprints, pupils, blood, and DNA of the authorized person must be recorded. Thea was racing against time. She quickly entered her own information one by one according to the prompts. After entering more than 10 contents, she completed this step. The mechanical voice disappeared, and the slightly more flexible Gideon came back again. Is there anything I can help you with? I want to see your permission list. Thea originally wanted to leave after getting the source code, but the mechanical voice made her realize that maybe Reverse Lightning's permission was not high. This suspicion was illogical, but that was what she thought. The artificial intelligence answered very quickly, and a long list was displayed in front of Thea. Sure enough, Thea saw her name on the first permission list. As for Reverse Lightning's real name, Albert Swan, it was ranked 12th. But then Thea frowned because she saw Barry Allen's name, which was ranked 4th. Gideon, who is your developer? Thea had been curious about this question for a long time. I was designed by Barry Allen. It was finally developed through the efforts of the Allen family and the Swan family for several generations. Gideon said without the slightest emotion, as if what it said had nothing to do with it. Chapter 332. The Flash's design was developed by the 2 families for several generations, but how did it fall into the hands of the Council of the Masters of Time? Thea was very puzzled, but this question might be answered by the future Gideon, but the current low-level version was definitely not clear. The login password provided by the Council was even higher than the original designer. Were those guys' technological levels so high? Thea didn't know. She put away her thoughts and returned to the present. Her authority was so high that there was no need to start from scratch. Gideon, can you connect to the external network? Yes, but Dr. Swan's order is not to connect to the external network and only focus on the news about the Flash on April 25, 2024. Thea didn't care about the Flash at all. These guys were the source of chaos. It would be better if there was no Flash in this world. It was a pity that she couldn't do it, otherwise she would have killed all these guys. Next time he asks, just show him a fake image and tell him that nothing has changed. Connect to my Quinn Group's supercomputer. Command received, logged into Quinn Group's supercomputer. Gideon's voice came from the tablet Thea carried with her, and its tone showed signs of flexibility. Although it was a machine, it was suffocating to be trapped in a small place like Reverse Lightning every day. Reverse Lightning bitterly spent all its money in the laboratory, but it didn't dare to expose its existence, so it usually ran with low power and low configuration. Now that it had entered the supercomputer built by Thea with the whole company's resources, there were no restrictions on electricity and no configuration problems. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like a fish in water. There were countless examples of artificial intelligence betrayal, and Thea had to be careful. She kept issuing orders with the tablet in her hand and gave more than a dozen orders. She believed that with her authority, as long as she was still alive, there was no possibility of Gideon betraying her. Of course, if she was dead, then it could do whatever it wanted. In less than 10 minutes, Thea flashed out of the darkroom. Taking advantage of the opportunity when everyone was focused on watching the show, she switched positions with her clone and immediately canceled the clone. The scene became even more chaotic. Several small gorillas were running in all directions. General Wang Lin didn't know which one to catch, but in order to show his authority, he kept ordering the soldiers under his control to catch this and that, making the soldiers run around in circles. Reverse Lightning continued to shout loudly nearby, denouncing the inhumanity of the military. Thea secretly despised him. The current Reverse Lightning did not have any speed at all. Thea was not afraid of him. In her eyes, the current Reverse Lightning was not much stronger than the old man in the Quinn Group's warehouse. However, he had created the Flash, and the Flash could lead to a large number of speedsters. Thea was afraid that a large number of speedsters would jump out from the future to gang up on her. She really did not dare to fight against Reverse Lightning. Thea didn't dare to make a move, but she could still annoy him a little. Just then she saw a figure who was watching the show. She secretly ordered Jarud in her heart. He saw 4 or 5 tall and strong gorillas making woo-woo sounds, jumping out from all directions and grabbing a fat black woman in the crowd. This woman was the one who had been jealous of Thea and Caitlin's looks when they first arrived. She was the one who had made things difficult for them. Deceiving her superiors and intimidating her subordinates was her usual style. Of course, her work style couldn't help her today. Several gorillas were excited. Some touched her face, some held her hand, and 2 gorillas carried the fat black woman and wanted to run out. Wow! The crowd collectively made all kinds of strange sounds. Originally, they were just watching the show, but now the gorillas were trying to catch the woman. The fat black woman was usually unpopular, but they couldn't let her be taken away by the gorillas. A lot of doctorates and master's degrees didn't have much fighting power, so they could only shout and provide some verbal support. Reverse Lightning, who had been through a lot, was stunned. Reason told him that he should save the fat black woman, but his old arms and legs couldn't beat the gorillas. How should he end this now? Catch those gorillas! General Wang Lin thought that maybe these were the abnormal gorillas reported by his subordinates. No matter what, they had to catch them first. The soldiers were a little tired. Forget about the baby gorillas. These gorillas were tall, big, and excited. It was really difficult for them, ordinary people, to catch them alive with their bare hands. But they didn't have to worry for long. Continuous gunshots rang out. Bang! 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 Sia shot the gorillas one by one with a Beretta 92F, killing all the gorillas. Why should we keep these harmful gorillas? I'll pay for all the losses. At this time, Thea also pretended to be awe-inspiring. No one could tell that the gorillas were indirectly instructed by her to do this. A group of researchers who were frightened just now saw that she was killing the gorillas ruthlessly and instantly found their backbone. They all surrounded Thea, and a few women even supported her. They should be killed immediately. These military experiments are too harmful. Caitlin Snow was the one who was filled with righteous indignation. Miss Quinn, well done. This was Ronnie Raymond, who knew her identity and knew that she didn't lack money. The rest of the onlookers who didn't know the truth applauded. Even Reverse Lightning had to show his support. Our laboratory will pay for these gorillas. Miss Quinn, it's dangerous here. You should go back first. On the surface, Reverse Lightning was protecting her and taking all the blame. In fact, he was afraid that she would shoot one gorilla each and draw out Jared, and then it would be difficult to end it. Thea gave full play to her acting skills and angrily pulled Caitlin Snow back to the rest area. On the surface, she kept talking nonsense like, "Your shooting skills are really good, you're really decisive," and so on. She used her psychic power to erase Reverse Lightning's residual hypnosis and instructed Jared to escape alone and leave Central City through the sewer. Reverse Lightning didn't have psychic power. When he finished talking to General Wade Allen, who kept saying, "I'll teach him a lesson," he quickly comforted everyone in the laboratory and patted his chest to assure that the research would not be interrupted and that the glory of humanity would always illuminate Central City. Finally, he visited the seriously traumatized black fat woman and shook hands with her, saying that everyone hoped that she could go back to work as soon as possible. After a busy day, he finally had time to go to the place where he had agreed to meet Jared. Where did they go? Reverse Lightning, who thought that he had a high IQ and fooled everyone in the 25th century, circled the old factory 3 times, but he didn't even see a single gorilla hair, let alone a gorilla. Did they get separated? Or were they caught by the military? Or did my hypnosis fail? Reverse Lightning's heart sank. He instantly thought of several possibilities and felt that all of them were possible. He hurried back to the laboratory and went to the dark room to see if there were any changes in the future. He didn't expect that at this point in time, someone had a higher authority than him. Gideon faithfully carried out Thea's order and said, "Nothing happened today, everything is normal." Chapter 333. There was no record of Gruder's past in the history books of the 25th century, and Reverse Lightning was puzzled. Over the next few days, Reverse Lightning had been paying attention to the surrounding cities, but there was no news related to the orangutan. Where did Gruder go? This question had been lingering in Reverse Lightning's mind for many years. Where did Gruder go? Thea directly took him to an alien planet. At this time, Gruder's body was not as big as it would be in the future, and his mind control ability had been revealed. However, after many days of military experiments, he was very angry. Thea was not a senior monk, so she did not have the time to help him. The only way she could think of was to let him vent his anger. They found a planet with a very low level of civilization. The natives were like insects, and their weapons were all stone weapons. Gruder, who was now 2 meters tall and had mind control, easily wiped out a settlement. "It's fun," Gruder said telepathically. "If it's fun, then keep playing. I'll pick you up in a few days." Thea also had the ability to telepathically communicate, but she did not use it as naturally as Gruder. After leaving Gruder to harm the aliens, Thea returned to Star City. She still had an interview with the Daily Planet. She was wearing a black jacket, a pair of black flared trousers, a pair of high-heeled shoes, and a pair of sunglasses. She looked quiet and solemn, and no one would think that she had just thrown an evil gorilla with superpowers out to kill the aliens 10 minutes ago. "Hello, Miss Quinn. I'm Louise Ryan, and this is my assistant, Jimmy Olsen. Thank you very much for accepting our interview despite your busy schedule." Louise Lane was wearing a white shirt and a beige coat. She had black hair and was very professional. She did not get angry when Thea used her father to refuse the interview. After introducing herself, she introduced the young photographer, Jimmy Olsen. Thea nodded. Clark Kent was still looking for personal value all over the world. There was still some time before he went to work with the Daily Planet with his old-fashioned glasses. The meeting was pleasant, but after a few words, Thea knew that she would not be friends with her. Their personalities were too different. Perhaps Laurel Lance and Barbara Gordon could talk to her, but it was impossible for Thea. The interview process was very depressing. Louise Lane's questions were very tricky. She immediately threw out the dark history of the Quinn Group when it first started, such as delaying workers' wages, selling shoddy goods as good ones, ignoring the laws and regulations of various states and cities, and a whole bunch of questions. Those who knew about the interview would think that it was an interview, but those who didn't would think that it was a general assembly. This grandson must be here to pick a fight. If it weren't for the fact that her father was a general in the Ministry of Defense and her future husband was Superman, the grass on her grave would be 3 feet tall by now. However, the cameraman was still filming. It was not appropriate to throw a fireball or let death knell fly over and kill her. Thea could only deal with all kinds of problems patiently. Isn't it just pushing the responsibility onto others? The workers are all temporary workers, and the substandard ones are the contractors. As for the laws and regulations of the various states, we are a global corporation, and we only respect the federal constitution. Thea poured out her grievances and dealt with all kinds of problems while avoiding the main points. "Miss Quinn, the outside world is generally puzzled about the merger between the Quinn Group and the Merlin Group. As far as I know, the two of you don't have much business dealings, and there aren't many overlapping areas in terms of operations. What led to the merger between the two of you? Louise Lane was not satisfied with many of her answers, and finally threw out a heavy question. What could Thea say? She could say that it was a gift from her father, but she couldn't say that it was a gift from her father. She couldn't say that the people behind the scenes who controlled the country's lifeline wanted her to deal with the Luther Group either. Fortunately, she had already prepared for this question. She talked about the traditional friendship between the two companies, all the way to the new changes in the new era. She talked for a long time without saying anything, but she didn't completely talk about trivial matters. At the end of the interview, Thea threw out a piece of news. In the near future, we will integrate the technology of the two groups and launch a technology product that will affect all citizens. Can you tell me what it is in advance? I can only say that everything is still in the experimental stage, but it will be released soon. It's a medical product. Louise Lane's pen paused in the middle of taking notes. Was there a mistake? Quinn was an energy company, and Merlin was a shipping magnate? How could the merger of two completely unrelated companies result in the crystallization of medical technology? Thea chose to ignore Louise Lane's suspicious little eyes. She was also helpless. The Quinn Group's urban construction would play a big role in the future war, and this could be preserved. The development of new energy required a lot of experiments, and it was still in the process of being used on a small scale. Merlin's shipping business was definitely a sunset industry, and it had reached a critical stage where it needed to be transformed immediately. Malcolm's quick decision to let go of it was also because it was too much work. The other group leaders wanted to find a new economic growth point, but they could only run around the world and try to find a new product to salvage the situation. Thea's advantage over them was that she could choose a lot more areas. She could run around the universe. If she saw something good, she could just snatch it and use it as a reference. Those aliens would not run to the United States Supreme Court to sue her. She had accidentally found a body repair equipment with a wide range of uses on an intelligent planet. She brought it back to Earth along with the instruction manual. Lamp could translate the words in the manual, and Gideon could analyze the principles of the equipment. The preliminary samples had already begun to be processed. The life structure of that planet was very fragile, and their bodies often needed repair. Usually, they would be scanned to a standard state. If they were injured or sick, they would be restored with a click of a button. The excess parts of the body would be cut off, and the missing parts would be replaced. The people on Earth would definitely not do this, but their repair technology was really good. It would save a lot of time when used in surgery. A 2-meter-long capsule could be placed in for a scan. External personnel would operate, debridement, and suturing, and the efficiency would be very fast. It was very suitable for the alien villains to visit every day. Bombs and poison gas flew, flames and black fog danced together, and the American citizens lived in an abyss of suffering. After sending off Louise Lane, who had gotten the big news, Thea came to the group's Applied Science Experiment Department. The two groups merged, and there were hundreds of researchers. After a few months of initial run-in, this group of people who only knew how to do research was the first team to integrate. Dr. Hoffman was still in the red room. Thea called the deputy director. "Is there any problem with the operation of the medical cabin?" The deputy director was a student of the old man, Hoffman. He also followed the old man's serious and rigid style. "Everything is going well. The recruited clinical test subjects are in good condition. They can start the first operation in the medical cabin at any time." Chapter 334. This is an epic-making invention. The deputy director led Thea into the room with a hint of excitement on his expressionless face. It was no wonder that he was so excited. In order to make this epic-making product, Thea had really put in a lot of effort. Gideon took the finished product and reverse-engineered it into a very low-level version. Thea, on the other hand, gave them an order to study it. After that, she kept enlightening them with suggestion, making them think that it was the crystallization of collective wisdom. That was how the product in front of them came about. Of course, part of the Red House's success was the result of the Red House's laboratory. There were too many disciplines involved in modifying a product from a different civilization into something that was suitable for their own planet. This was why Thea insisted on investing in the Red House even though she could find alien technology. It was easy to find things, but it was hard to find talented people. The country could gather the best of the best in all fields, but she did not have the prestige to do so. This product is priced at $1 million per unit. Isn't it too expensive? Many civilians can't afford it. The deputy director suddenly thought of something and asked, "It's not expensive. For the rich, it's the price of a car. How can you complain about something that can save your life? As for civilians, we can make a simplified version and give it away or sell it to the major hospitals and residential areas. In the future, we can even set it up in the streets of the city like an ATM machine. It will only cost a little to complete the treatment." Thea explained casually. She did not care about the money. The software in each machine would scan the patient's basic information, which would eventually be integrated into the artificial intelligence. With the facial recognition software that Felicity had developed, Thea had information about most of the people in the country and even the world. This was priceless. The Heaven's Eye Society had agents all over the world. They would be alerted immediately if there was any movement. Luther had launched over 100 satellites in orbit around the globe. Bruce Wayne had fewer satellites, but his space base in the observation tower was equivalent to 100 satellites. Thea was far behind them in terms of information. If she could not compete in the sky, she would compete on the ground. This is the name list of the people who participated in the experiment. The deputy director handed her a document. Thea took it and flipped through it indifferently. Thea stared at the photo in the document. It was a young man, and from a certain description, he could even be described as a handsome young man. Thea glanced at the registered name, Roy Harper. "Is there something wrong with this person?" the deputy minister asked nervously when he saw the change in her expression. Thea flipped through the documents again. The applicant applied for this free treatment because his mother had a large tumor in her abdomen. The agreement mentioned that it was an experimental project with certain risks, but it also guaranteed that all subsequent treatment costs would be covered. "It's him. Arrange for his mother to start the operation as soon as possible." Thea did not say much to the deputy minister. She closed the document and handed it back to him. After the deputy minister left, Thea sighed thoughtfully. Roy Harper was an important member of the Green Arrow team. His codename was Arsenal. He had participated in many operations in the Justice League and the Young Titans. The most important thing was that in the original space-time, he was Thea's lover. Thea later took on the codename Red Arrow because of this man. Thea stared at the sky alone. Maybe there really were supreme beings outside the atmosphere, outside the universe, who could set the rules, but so what? Thea's will was like iron. She would not be swayed by anything. Her thoughts were simple and direct. In summary, it was what Yao Fei had taught Oliver on Purgatory Island. Survive, survive. In the past few years, she had been studying hard and practicing hard. She kept running forward because she was afraid that she would be abandoned by the world. She was afraid that her fate would be decided by those guys in capes in the sky. *T fate. Thea scolded softly. At this time, the deputy minister informed her that the preparations were ready. "Let's start." The two stood at a high place. Thea nodded gently, indicating that they should start. Two female nurses helped an old woman into the medical cabin. Roy Harper, who was wearing a red pullover, was waiting nervously outside the door. Thea had no intention of going up to meet the patient. She did not care about the patient's safety. No matter how serious the medical accident was, her magic could save it. She just wanted to see how effective this medical cabin, which had been reverted to the original version, was. The staff outside the medical cabin quickly completed the body scan. As the old woman's health data was not recorded, they could only control the operation on the spot. The staff confirmed the operation plan through the scan outside the cabin and then entered it into the computer. The door of the medical cabin was closed. The old woman was anesthetized. Several mechanical arms began to work. The abdomen was cut open, the bleeding was stopped, and the wound was stitched up. Normally, The operation would cost at least tens of thousands of dollars. Even a skilled doctor would need several hours to complete it. However, the operation was completed in less than 10 minutes. The patient's vital signs were not affected at all. So fast. Roy Harper, who was still strolling outside like a donkey, was really shocked by the speed. The staff showed him the removed tumor and the patient's various body indexes. Roy Harper could not believe it completely. If the data were real, his mother could go home in the afternoon. He was afraid that these big companies would do human experiments on poor people. If it were not for the fact that he was so poor, he would not have applied to be a volunteer. The medical staff tried to persuade him, but he insisted that he must stay at the scene and wait for his mother to wake up. "Miss Quinn, it seems that the experiment is very successful." The deputy minister was very excited. Although this was the crystallization of collective wisdom, as the director, he could leave his name in history. "The experiment will not stop. I will arrange for people to submit an application to the federal government tomorrow. It will be listed in a month." If it was only listed in Star City, they could just tell Moira and go through the procedures. This was the scary thing about the mother and daughter colluding with each other. However, if they wanted to be listed in the national market, they would need the approval of the federal government. 3 days later. "Miss Quinn, these two said that they are FBI agents and want to see you." The assistant lady nervously led the two into Thea's office. The two agents were a man and a woman. The man was a very strong middle-aged African, and the woman was very young. She was almost the same age as Thea. The two took out their IDs and showed them. "We are from the FBI. My name is..." Thea glanced at them and stood up from the chair. She reached out and pressed a few buttons on the empty space on the table. A projection appeared in the room. "ID 332589, let me check." As she entered the ID number, the projection immediately showed the other party's information, but the owner of the ID number was a white man. Thea pointed at the projection and said to the middle-aged black man, "This is the real FBI agent. Or you. Or rather, who are you?" The middle-aged black man and the young woman looked at each other speechlessly. Thea saw that their identities were fake, so she brazenly hacked into the FBI. Now that their disguise was exposed, the middle-aged man had no choice but to take out another ID. "I am from the D.O. Supernatural Investigation Bureau. I am the director, Xianxia." Chapter 335. The person beside me is Special Agent Alex Danvers. The middle-aged man named Hank Henshaw introduced the female agent beside him. The female agent obviously had not recovered from the embarrassment of having her identity exposed. She was a little dazed and only hurriedly took out her ID after receiving the middle-aged man's signal. "Hank Henshaw." Thea muttered the name. Is this guy real or a Martian hunter impersonating him? She habitually took off her glasses and glanced at him. The other party immediately sensed it and a faint scarlet glow appeared in his eyes, but he resisted it. "It seems that your identity is also fake. Am I right, Director Henshaw?" Thea's mocking voice sounded in his mind. This was the first time the Martian hunter had been sensed. He glanced at Alex Danvers from the corner of his eyes and also transmitted his voice into Thea's mind. "Who are you?" He did not expect to get a direct answer from Thea. His scarlet eyes focused. He was used to finding the answer himself. The Martian hunter was the world's strongest telepathy master. This was his talent. Thea was far inferior to him in this aspect. She could only use her mental power to set up layers of barriers to prevent his mind from invading her mind. However, the mind invasion did not happen. The other party was actually conceited enough to use his eyes to probe her. Thea sneered and set up an illusion to prevent Alex Danvers from seeing anything. She then looked up and her eyes emitted a pale yellow beam of light to meet the Martian hunter's gaze. Their eyes met in the air. Both of them turned their heads and took a step back at the same time. Thea only took a step back. It was not a big deal. On the other hand, the Martian hunter was in trouble. His abilities were so strong that he could be compared to Superman. His abilities were so varied that he couldn't even finish 2 essays with 400 grid space. However, he had a fatal weakness. He was afraid of fire. That's right, the Martian hunter was afraid of fire. Because all his people were burned to ashes, the great grief caused a crack to appear in his heart. This crack had already affected him from a psychological level to a physical level. Now that he looked directly into Thea's eyes, the source of his fear made him wither instantly. He could not care less about telepathy or X-ray. He sank into his memories and could not extricate himself. Thea took the opportunity to enter the depths of his mind, learning and observing his telepathy. Thought scan, thought erase, mental shield, thought control, super long-distance mind reading, illusions, hypnosis, possession, thought sensing, thought connection, mind shock, and a whole bunch of other abilities related to the mind. Thea didn't hesitate to memorize all of them so that she could slowly research them when she had the time. What a cheat! Thea couldn't help but sigh. This was only his psychic ability. It could only be considered as a part of his superpowers. In addition to his super strength, super endurance, regeneration, flight, and super 5 senses, if this guy wasn't afraid of fire, no one would be his match. The speed of thought only lasted for an instant, and in the outside world, it only lasted for 1 second. Thea had a good impression of the humanoid gift pack, so she casually added fear resistance on him. The Martian hunter, who was sweating profusely, finally came out of the terrifying illusion filled with flames. Who the hell are you? Although he had regained his consciousness, the mental burden wouldn't disappear so quickly. His earth-shattering strength was less than 1/10 of it. Seeing Alex Danvers in a daze, he asked hesitantly, "What's the matter?" "I'm an earthling, a real earthling. But you're a Martian, right?" Thea crossed her legs. Her long legs under her skirt were dazzling, but the Martian hunter was not in the mood to admire them because Thea was speaking in the Martian language, a language that he had never heard of hundreds of years ago. "I'm a Martian. My name is Ron Juns. How do you know my language?" Thea waved the ring in her hand. "You should know about the Green Lantern Corps, right? I'm a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps." "Oh." The Martian hunter heaved a sigh of relief. He did not know about the Yellow Lantern Corps, but he had seen the Green Lantern Corps before and knew that their translator could translate all the languages in the universe. "You know me? You know my weakness?" At first, the Martian hunter thought that it was his inner thoughts that turned into the fire scene. However, with his incomparable understanding of mind control, he could tell that there was a human element here. There could only be one conclusion: the other party knew him, or at least knew his weakness. Thea smiled but did not say anything. The Martian hunter asked, "Did my Kryptonian friend tell you?" "That's right. It was our Kryptonian friend, Clark." Thea was about to say something, but the Martian hunter came up with an answer in his mind. Thea took the opportunity to settle the matter. Superman and the Martian hunter were very good friends in the early days. Their abilities were similar, and they were both aliens who were stranded on Earth after the destruction of their planets. They had a lot to talk about. But soon, the two parted ways because of differences in ideology. The Martian hunter was afraid that Superman would do evil, so no matter who he met, he would frantically promote kryptonite. As a good friend, Superman would naturally return the favor. He would tell everyone that the Martian hunter had the same ability as him, but he was afraid of fire. The result of the two friends undermining each other was that their abilities and weaknesses were memorized by Batman. Now that he heard the name Clark from Thea, he was even more certain that his good friend was peddling his weaknesses everywhere. There was no need to mention how unhappy he was. "By the way, why are you looking for me? The Heaven's Eye Society should know about my information. A few of the higher-ups in the Department of National Defense should also know about it. What are you doing here?" Thea saw that he had his head lowered and was deep in thought, so she interrupted his thoughts. "If there's nothing else, you should leave. Thea is busy." "The Heaven's Eye Society? You're from there?" "We're an agency under the government." The Martian hunter felt that he might have made a mistake because he did not clarify things beforehand. No matter how much conflict there was between the government and the military, they were on the same side. In other words, Thea and he were on the same side. An agency under the government? No wonder. Thea nodded. "We're not enemies. You can ask General Lane about my identity, but they're fighting for the position of the Minister of National Defense. You'll have to make an appointment in advance." The old minister had retired, And a few powerful figures in the Department of National Defense were now in the final stages of the competition. The final winner would just have to speak to the president and make a so-called nomination. Then, the matter would be settled. Thea could not find anyone in the Department of National Defense even if she had something to do. It was clear that they had been trying to build connections everywhere recently. The Martian hunter nodded. He understood the situation. Today's mistake had a lot to do with their inability to find the person responsible. He sorted out his words. Your medical pod is using extraterrestrial technology, right? Don't you know the risks involved? Thea sneered. What a joke. America's technological level has crushed the world for the past 50 years. Don't tell me that this is all your own research? You didn't reverse engineer extraterrestrial technology? Chapter 336. The Martian hunter was speechless. Earth is in chaos now. Instead of using alien technology for war, it's better to use it for people's lives. That's all I have to say. If there's nothing else, please go back. Thea explained everything clearly in a few words and wanted to drive the Martian hunter away. Perhaps it was because of the tragic death of his family, especially his daughter, that this guy had a passive attribute that even he himself did not know about. That was, all cute girls were his daughters. He was full of fatherly love. From the gypsy, to the star chaser, to the sisters Kara Danvers and Alex Danvers, he basically treated all the sweet and cute girls as his daughters. Thea did not want to fall into his evil claws. This guy was very capable and liked to meddle in other people's business. The best choice was to stay far away from him. She had a look of rejection, and the Martian hunter could see it. He casually removed Alex's illusion. This sister of the Supergirl did not know what had just happened. Her memory was still stuck in the problem of impersonating the FBI. Since the matter is clear, we'll take our leave first. Take care. Quinn Enterprises welcomes the guidance of the government at any time. After saying that, the Martian hunter pulled Alex and walked out. Director, didn't you say that there was a problem with her new product? Alex, who was just 19 years old this year and looked like a capable DO agent in the future, asked in confusion. The Martian hunter had a lot to say in his heart, but he did not know where to start. His mental state had not recovered, and he pretended that nothing had happened. Maybe the information was wrong. Go back and reorganize the information. He urgently needed to rest now. After sending Alex to check the records, the Martian hunter was ready to think about the information he had received today. After sending the two guys away, Thea put all her work aside and focused on studying the various secret methods of mind control that she had stolen from the Martian hunter's mind. His ability was more of a talent. It was not impossible for Thea to train to his level through learning, but it would take a lot of time. The first thing that Thea studied was the psychic shield. The Martian hunter used strong mental power to cover his consciousness to prevent others from peeping. Thea's mental power was not that strong, and it was impossible for her to maintain such a large amount of mental power in her daily life. Using the Martian manhunter's method, she used the emotional version of the psychic shield. A large amount of fear enveloped her consciousness. If one wanted to peek into her thoughts, they would have to pass through this fear first. Even if they could pass through this fear, the other party's combat strength would instantly drop by 30%. Thea studied the Martian hunters for an entire day and couldn't help but sigh in admiration of their racial talent. Such strong combat power was only responsible for healing, saving people, cleaning, and counseling in the Justice League. What a waste of talent! He picked up his bag and left the company. As night fell, he rushed to Gotham. Thea first secretly met with Lucius Fox, the president of Wayne Group. Wayne Group's strong entry into the medical industry was bound to have an impact on Wayne Group, which was the leader in medical genetic engineering. Thea's strategy was to provoke Luther Group while entering Wayne Group's traditional business range. It seemed reckless, but it was actually the situation that the higher-ups wanted to see. Any alliance between two of the three large multinational companies was not allowed. As a rising star, Wayne Group was able to challenge two established companies at the same time. The higher-ups were happy to see this happen. To a certain extent, they would even help Thea. As for who was using who, it was up to each person to decide. Thea's trip was to send a message. Business war was business war, and it would not affect personal relationships. The old man had been in the business war for almost half of his life. He had seen everything and was very clear about her goal. However, the business world was like a battlefield. He did not completely believe Thea's words and just went along with it. Due to their previous friendship, the meeting between the two was not very enthusiastic, but there was no awkward silence either. After Thea obtained the preliminary results, she rushed to Wayne's old house and agreed to check on Damien's learning results today. Batman and Damien were not around at the moment, so the old butler, Ah Fu, received her. Thea was experienced in dealing with old people. After a few pleasantries, she gave him a few caddies of Assamese black tea. The old man was a traditional Englishman. He had maintained the habit of drinking black tea for many years. However, there was too little tea in America. He drank coffee every day, and the old man had been holding back for a long time. The old man sniffed the fragrance of the tea leaves. "Is this the new tea?" "Yes, it was picked recently." Thea would not tell him that she and Diana had passed by the tea tree and picked it out of curiosity. "That's thoughtful of you." The old man had always had a good impression of Thea. She was cultured and cultured. Most importantly, she was polite. Thea could be said to be one of the few guests who could visit through the front door. Batman and his friends usually did not come through the front door. They often came through the windows, the roof, and the sewers. After chatting with the old man and listening to him talk about his past in the British Special Forces, Bruce came back with Damien not long after. The father and son were a little embarrassed to face Thea again. Batman did not know that his son's foundation was so poor. He did not go anywhere for a whole month. Gotham even said that Batman was dead. He had been working hard to help Damien improve his cultural knowledge. With his high IQ and vast knowledge, he had compiled a set of teaching materials. The knowledge of 6 years of primary school was compressed into a month, and Damien had to learn it. If he did not understand it, he would fight. If he could not memorize it, he would not be allowed to eat. Damien's character was also tough. After the blood baptism, his IQ and memory had reached a high point. With hard work, he managed to learn 6 years of knowledge in a month. Check it. Although Batman had a straight face, he was actually quite happy. He felt like a backward student who had returned to school under the guidance of his parents. Thea did not need Damien to have a high level of knowledge. A fixed worldview was not conducive to learning magic, but he had to be literate. If he could not read, how could he become a mage? She did not hold back. She casually asked a few questions about mathematics, English, and Latin, and Damien answered them fluently. Good, not bad. Thea was very satisfied. She rubbed Damien's little head. The naughty child resisted the urge to speak. She told Damien to find her in Star City tomorrow and said goodbye to the father and son. Walking alone on the streets of Gotham, Thea opened the Eye of Horus. She had one last thing to do. She had to find Tommy and give him the syringe of divine blood. This guy was getting along with Barbara and Laurel. He had not returned to Star City for a long time. Thea searched for traces of him while thinking about what to say when they met.